How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you here?
That's difficult to answer.
I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.
the end. I'm burning in the Soviet. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the Soviet. This is the final fight. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the Soviet. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the Soviet. This is the final
What's up, everyone? How are you guys doing on this fateful Sunday? For a rare Sunday spy stream, I could be cleaning right now, guys. I could be cleaning, I could be organizing, I could be working on a social media project I've wanted to work on for months. I could be doing any number of things that are it is very bright in my room. You want to know why? Because the sun is shining very, very, very brightly. That's why we have the 19 pairs of sunglasses, okay? That's why we have the 19 pairs of sunglasses. I always have exactly the right sunglasses I need at exactly the right depth of darkness. We're doing a vintage Christian Dior sunglass right now. But listen, if I wanted to be really fancy about it, shit, I don't know where Ferragamos are. I could have gone on with the whole black Ferragamo sunglass as well. You've been productive too, bot. You replaced switches and fixed a light. That's actually pretty impressive. Victor installed a new light in the kitchen and he surprised me with it. So I came home and then Victor installed a light in the kitchen that he can control with an app on his phone. And he can change the color of the light so that it's like whatever color of the rainbow you want and at whatever brightness. And I'm like, you know what? Actually, Victor, that's a pretty good, that was a good selection. That was a good selection. Like W husband being a handyman around the house. Anyway, Victor is not here right now. Victor is at work. And we are at work too, because for some fucking reason, these assholes have decided to have spy streams on a Sunday. Not one, but two. There are two spy streams today. There are two spy streams today. We have the first spy stream coming up at 2 p.m. And then we're going to take a little bit of a break. And then the next spy stream comes up. Let me just confirm the time. Oh, why is it not on my desktop anymore? I literally just hit it up. How is it possible that I pull something up on my desktop to be able to reference and it disappears right away? Okay, I found it. 5 p.m. 5 p.m. is the time for the next one. So here is the schedule for today. We are going to go from 2 p.m. to 3:30, thereabouts, with spy stream number 1. Then we will take a break. I am not going to end the stream. I don't want to do 2 different streams. It's too fucking complicated. We are going to take a break for about an hour and a half. I will put a break sign up and everything like that so that people know to come back, at a certain time. And then we will do the second spy stream at 5 p.m. Eastern, and then there will be another break, and then you can come and join the supporter Discord for movie night tonight, which is we will be watching Poor Things, and that's what we're going to do. So that is the schedule for today, guys. I'm sorry it's not more back-to-back, but I can't control when these people schedule their meetings. But let me tell you what we are going to be spy streaming. I'll show you both. I'll just show you both because why the fuck not? Why the fuck not? We got some extra time. Got about 15 minutes before we're starting. Now, I got to be honest, I'm pretty excited. I'm pretty excited about our first spy stream of the day. I am pretty excited about this. Hello, Firestorm Books. Hello, Firestorm Books. Firestorm Books, which is the radical, revolutionary, queer, communist bookstore in North Carolina. We watched them last night for Socialism Saturday. They are having a live virtual presentation today at 2 p.m. called Every Fire Needs a Little Bit of Help. What an ominous title. What an ominous title that indicates that they might be trying to literally start fires. And every fire needs a little bit of help in order to get started. Now, that's not what interests me, though. That's not the only thing that interests me. The other thing that interests me is the fact that this features Imam Abdel Hardy. Who is Imam Abdel Hardy, you ask? Well, Imam Abdel Hardy is a faculty member at the University of Chicago. Imam Abdel Hardy is one of the co-authors of the book Everything for Everyone with Emmy O'Brien, in which they visioned a future of the queer communist utopia. Everything for Everyone is a very popular book on the far left. It's so popular, it has its own fan fiction. Imam Abdel Hardy is a regular speaker at the Socialism Conference. And Imam Abdel Hardy was also arrested for a felony, alleged battery of a police officer at the ICE protest in Chicago last year. Oh no, oh no, oh no, no, don't do it, don't do it. Here's Imam's mugshot. And by the way, do you guys remember when we were, oh my God, do you guys remember, fuck you, Fox News, all your fucking pop-ups on my fucking website. Do you guys remember we were watching the protest facility? We were watching the protest coverage outside the Broadview facility, and we were just watching the protest coverage. And this was like last year before, like it was like a couple days before Imam was arrested. And we spotted Imam Abdel Hardy. We were like watching the protest coverage. I was like, hang on a second. That's fucking Imam Abdel Hardy. We spotted her at the Broadview protest days before she was arrested for beating up a police officer, apparently. And also, Imam Abdel Hardy was involved in the presentation about me that Haymarket Books did, when Haymarket Books did a whole like 90-minute webinar of college professors whining about me and complaining about me. Imam Abdel Hardy was one of the college professors who was whining and complaining about me. And then I got into an interaction with Imam on Blue Sky where Imam said I was going to be single for the rest of my life. And I said, well, Imam, I'm pretty sure that I'm married, so I don't think I'm the one that's going to be single for the rest of my life. I don't think I'm the one that's going to be lonely. I don't think I'm the one that got charged with a felony. And Imam Abdel Hardy really, really, really dislikes it when I record shit she says and then puts it on the internet. I do too. I mean, if I'm being honest about it, it would be pretty fucking great if I got a clip that I could put out there just to piss off Imam Abdel Hardy again. That'd be pretty rad. That'd be pretty rad. Yeah, fucking pop-up ads, fucking Fox News. Ruins everything. ruins everything. Anyway, that is presentation number 1 that we will be watching today. Who's excited for this? 1 in the chat if you're excited, 2 in the chat if you think this sounds dumb. Now, we have a couple extra minutes. And so I want to tell you guys what we're going to be watching next. I want to show you guys what we're going to be watching next. Listen.
To take action against ICE.
Oh, hang on. My speakers are not even working like they should be. Hang on. Professional streamer on the internet, y'all. Professional streamer. Okay. Okay, hang on.
In tech like I do, it's time to take action against ICE, against war, and against the Trump administration as a whole. Major union leaders from around the country have called for May 1st to be a day of action. No work, no school, no shopping. I think this is a really important step. And I think number 1, tech workers need to get involved in this movement. We don't want to see our labor used for AI drone strikes overseas or mass surveillance here at home. Number 2, a lot of people might call in sick on Friday, May 1st. I think that's great individually, but 100 times more powerful than that is if we can work together with our coworkers and take action together. Number 3, I think generally we got to get organized. As tech workers, as workers generally in this country, we're largely unorganized, tech workers in particular. And it's become clear that the Democratic Party is unwilling to put up a real fight against Trump. So it's going to be up to us. Yeah, join me and other tech workers on April 26th at 2 p.m. Pacific. We're going to have a Zoom call of tech workers talking about how to get organized, how to organize stakeouts at work. We'll hear from somebody who organized Target walkout in Minneapolis, someone from Tech Workers Coalition. It's going to be great if you're a tech worker, join. If you're not a tech worker but you want to get involved in this kind of organizing, yeah, join us as well. See you there.
So do you notice the host of the Tech Workers Against ICE call that we're going to be watching at 5 p.m. And let's just reflect on that for a moment. Tech workers. It's hosted by Socialist Alternative. You're welcome. You're welcome. How is it that we have just 2 W spy streams going on a Sunday? How great is that? Now, is this anyone's first spy stream? Is this anyone's first spy stream? 1 in the chat if this is your first spy stream, 2 in the chat if you've done this before. If this is your first spy stream, you picked a banger. This is a banger spy stream. This is a banger spy stream, y'all. We're going to have 2 spy streams that I am positive. I would be shocked beyond all belief if we didn't get clips from not just 1, but both of these streams. I would be shocked beyond all belief if we didn't get some really, 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 really amazing moments from at least one of these spy streams. And you know what? Listen, I think we're going to get some good stuff about the tech workers. I think that's going to be real interesting. But of course, I think we're probably going to get the best things from the spy stream we're going to be doing in about 8 minutes. It is called Every Fire Needs a Little Bit of Help, from the depths of Rikers Island penal complex, inside the alt-right underground and the carnival of Trump rallies, and in the line of fire of Kenosha, Wisconsin in 2020. We're delighted to be hosting a spirited discussion of rebellion, reaction, and morbid symptoms with Chicago-based author and agitator Jared Shanahan, joined in conversation by public intellectual Imam Abdel Hardy. Jared's recent essay collection, Every Fire Needs a Little Bit of Help, brings together a decade of reflections on recent U.S. struggles, Occupy Wall Street, Black Lives Matter, and the George Floyd Rebellion, alongside accounts of the rise of Trumpism, the alt-right, an apocalyptic shift in popular culture to paint a dense and complex portrait of decades of protracted social crisis. Jared Shanahan reports from the ground. Imam Abdel Hardy is an activist and writer who thinks at the intersection of gender, sexuality, religion, and politics. She is assistant professor and sociologist at the University of Chicago, where she researches American Muslim communities. She is the co-author of Everything to Everyone. We're in for a good day, I think. I think it's going to be awesome. I think it's going to be rad. I think this is going to be awesome. I don't know the first guy. I don't know if we've watched the first guy, Jared, before, but Jared kind of sounds like Antifa to me. And Imam Abdul Hardy absolutely is Antifa. Imam Abdul Hardy, 100,000 billion kajillion% is Antifa. That is absolutely true. And so you don't know Jared either. Okay, that makes me feel better. Okay, cool. Well, we're going to be getting started in 5 minutes, guys. As a reminder, these are live presentations. I do not know what they're going to say. I do not know what they're going to do. I know if they're going to start on time. I do not know if they're going to have technical difficulties. I do not know if they're going to kick us out. I do not know if we are going to get caught and we will have to change plans very quickly, although that rarely does happen. I don't know. I can't fix their technical difficulties. I also can't fix your technical difficulties. I do not talk over the presentation for almost never, because it is our recording of the presentation too. We don't know if these videos are being recorded. We don't know if these meetings are ever going to see the light of day. So I do try to not talk over them, just because it is my recording of the meeting. But I do chat in and may display my comments on the screen just like that, so that my commentary will be happening on the screen, so that we can make a record of that as well. But like, I do try not to talk over the presentations unless it is an emergency or it's just, funny or something like that. But, we try to play it straight. So that's what we're going to be doing, guys. Let me click into the first meeting to see if they will let me in the room yet. Hope you guys are all having a good weekend. Nope, not started yet. We're waiting. We're waiting. We're waiting. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. I was gonna point this out as well. Look at this. More virtual events coming up. So you guys are gonna get a preview, because obviously we're gonna do both of these. Obviously we're gonna be doing these. Gender expansive pregnancy and invasive species and capitalism. Yeah, we'll watch those. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Firestorm Books is amazing. Amazing. I actually found the gender expansive pregnancy one first, honestly. I found the gender expansive pregnancy one a while ago. So mark your calendar, May 2nd. Actually, should we do this for Socialism Saturday? Holy shit. This is exactly at the time of Socialism Saturday. Ooh. Ooh, this is this Saturday. Yo! I mean, it is a sign, right? It's a sign from the universe. It is a sign. This is God winking at us and saying, do the thing, Karlyn. Do the thing. You know you want to do the thing. Embrace the Aries and do the thing. Perfect timing. It was meant to be. When you see the coincidences line up, follow the coincidences. It's just like that's the just general good advice for life. So yeah, we'll probably watch that for Socialism Saturday. And then invasive species and capitalism. Oh my. Oh my. That'll be good. Olympia, Washington. Of course, it's always in Washington. Always in Washington. Who's in this one? I don't recognize. Oh, a lot of they, thems. They, them, he, him. Jacob B., he, him, is a yoga and meditation teacher who has been working at the intersection of trauma and social justice for 25 years. He is a birth papa to a delightful trans 7-year-old. Oh, you guys can't see what I'm looking at. He is a birth papa to a trans 7-year-old. No one else shows you this shit on the internet, and I want credit for that. I'm just saying. Literally no one else is showing you this shit on the internet. No one. No one. You can only get it here. You're welcome. I'm pretty sure that means it's a woman who gave birth to a child, but the woman lives as a trans man, and so they have elected to call themselves a birth papa to indicate that they were the ones that gave birth to the trans child. Pretty sure that's what that means. Let me know if you guys have a different. We'll find out on Saturday, I guess, Hans. We'll find out on Saturday. That's gonna be good.
Recording in progress.
All right, I'm going to kick us off as folks continue to arrive. Welcome, everybody. My name's Liberty, and I'm part of the Firestorm Collective. And today we're excited to be able to host Jared Shanahan for a conversation with Iman Abdelhadi. They'll be talking about Jared's recent book from our buds at PM Press, Every Fire Needs a Little Bit of Help. If you haven't joined us before, I'll just say a few things about Firestorm. We're an 18-year-old radical bookstore owned and operated by a queer feminist collective in Southern Appalachia on the land of the Cherokee people. And we do a lot of events in person, but also really appreciate the opportunity to do conversations like this virtually. Despite the limitations of the format, it is a really wonderful way to connect with people who otherwise might not be able to speak to our community. And also a way to welcome in audiences, both at a distance and locally, for whom there would be barriers to join an in-person conversation. So thanks for that. And we do have some other great events lined up. I'll put a link to our calendar in the chat in just a minute. So today we're using Zoom. And if you've got questions or comments throughout the conversation, there's an open chat and a Q&A tool. It'd be great if you've got questions to drop them in the Q&A, and I think we're gonna do our best to circle around to those later in the conversation. That's probably at the bottom of your screen if you're on a desktop computer. Okay, so before we get started, I'm just gonna share some short bios for our speakers today, and then I'll pass it off. So Jared is the author of Captives, How Rikers Island Turned New York City Hostage, co-author of States of Incarceration, City Time, and Skyscraper Jails. Also the editor of Treason to Whiteness is Loyalty to Humanity, a Noel Ignatieff reader. Jared works as Associate Professor of Criminal Justice at Governor State University. Jared, thanks so much for making time to be with us.
Oh, thank you so much for having me. I'm really excited. Oh, go on, please.
No, yeah, you chime in anytime. Anyone should interrupt me. Iman Abdelhadi is an academic, activist, and writer who thinks at the intersection of gender, sexuality, religion, and politics. She's an assistant professor and sociologist at the University of Chicago, where she researches American Muslim communities. And she's the co-author of Everything for Everyone, an oral history of the New York Commune, 2052 to 2072. Highly recommended. Definitely grab a copy. Iman, thank you so much for being with us today for the conversation. Awesome. So, Jared, I think
so excited to talk about this book.
Yay. Jared, I think you were going to kick us off with just a little introduction, maybe for folks who haven't yet picked up the book.
No, I'd love to. Yeah, again, thank you so much for having me. It's awesome to be here with my friend Iman, and to finally do something with Firestorm. I've been watching your events for a long time, and it's really exciting to be on one. So this is a really special book for me. Like Liberty was saying, I've published a couple of books, but this one is very personal. It is a collection of essays that I wrote over about a decade of time, in which I experiment with different ways of thinking about, writing about, theorizing, topics that give me great, concern, excitement, interest. And if you read through the book, you'll notice that the essays circle around topics that I have written about in some of my previous books, like specifically like the Rikers Island Penal Colony being one of them, right? The rebellion in 2020 being another one. And so these essays are places where you can see this work kind of coming together, where I'm experimenting and just trying to figure out what I think about this stuff. And this is, again, I said it was really personal because for a long time I had this kind of writerly practice of writing short form essays within a kind of set time schedule. So I'd give myself these little assignments like, oh, Halloween is in a month. You need to read everything that's been written about the Hellraiser movies, watch all the Hellraiser movies, and then write an essay about Hellraiser to be published on Halloween. That's kind of an example. And you can find that essay in the book. And so this was like a little bit, it was a fun writer activity. If anyone out there is kind of struggling to find their footing as a writer, please hit me up. I'm full of these. It was also like, for me, it was like a sobriety activity. I've been sober for 9 years, and this kind of writing was a way that I kept myself disciplined, that I filled the time that was otherwise going to self-destructive activity with things that were a little bit more pro-social. I like to joke that a lot of the things that I've written in my life, were not necessary for humanity per se, but were definitely necessary for me. And so in this essay, I tried to the essay collection, I tried to collect the essays that were both. And so I'm going to turn it over to E-Man before I overshare anymore. And I'm really happy to be here.
Yeah, so exciting to be here with a dear friend and to talk about a book that I really loved and was really happy to blurb. I think kind of in line with what you were talking about, I think one of the things I love about this book is that it's very multi-genre. It feels very personal as you're reading it, right? There's kind of literary or like cultural criticism in there. There's memoir in there. There's political theory and analysis in there. And the three actually come together really well. And I think in some ways, mixing those genres, you do this good job of reminding us that that's how politics works, right? Like our politics are not just in the realm of like reading theory books or like what we do or just praxis or just like cultural criticism. That actually all three are just in constant conversation in our heads. So I felt like the book worked really well on that front, and it was really it was a great read. Yeah, just wanted to add that to that reflection. And I guess I want to start by asking you about the I wondered about like which part to ask you about first. So there's no real chronology to what I'm asking. I'm just asking based on my interests. So you have part of the book, you talk about doing this kind of ethnography of the far right? Like you have this you embed yourself in this bar and in this area, and you have a theory of the far right, and so much has happened, right? The far right is much more powerful than it was in that moment when you were doing that sort of data collection or that observation. So I wondered if you could share with us some of the insights that you feel like you come up with in the book, but also how your thinking has changed as the far right has had this media.
Well, thanks, E-Man. You went right for the juiciest material right out the gate. Um, yeah, so the essay that Eman's talking about is called 3 Months Inside Alt-Right New York. It was published pseudonymously about 8 years ago, and it was kind of a funny experience for me. For after a decade of kind of toiling away as an unknown writer, I published this pseudonymous essay that became like a viral hit. Like all these, like the mountain goats were tweeting it and all this, like it got shared a million times. And I was just like, come on, there's this Gogol story about a guy whose nose gets detached from his body and goes to work and becomes more popular than him at work, and everybody likes him more than everybody likes his nose more than him. And that's kind of how I felt. But so this book is actually where I reveal myself as the author of this essay. So this was around 2016, 17, when Trump had just pulled off what some people considered his upset victory, but those of us who have been watching kind of American culture closely were not surprised by. And you had this new kind of youth media savvy movement of fascists, called the alt-right, that was making inroads specifically in pulling people off of these dark corners of the internet, like 4chan and this whole network of white supremacist podcasts, and into the streets for street activity. And so it was a moment of kind of street skirmishes, demonstrations that more or less culminated with the debacle of in Charlottesville. And so I was reporting from kind of the middle of that moment when the star was still rising. So I plugged into those networks, not as a writing project, but specifically as a kind of recon project. I knew that there were people operating in New York. I listened to their podcasts, and they weren't identifying themselves, but they were clearly like active in my city. And I wanted to know like what this was about, like if me and my friends were going to get killed, if they were going to start committing hate crimes, if we had to worry about defending the local anarchist social center and all the rest of it. So it was basically a political effort that I turned into a writing project, because as soon as I did it, I was like, okay, God, how can I not write about this? Just being in the center of this thing. These guys were presenting a certain sanitized view of themselves to reporters, and I was in the middle of it, hanging out in bars full of Proud Boys while they got up and gave their speech about the West, and all these tourists were cheering. It was just a distinctly 2017 American moment. And so I came away from that experience believing that there was something about the socialization of young men, particularly young white men in American suburbs, that slipped almost seamlessly into this kind of fascist politics. And I'm speaking from my own experience on that. I was able to pass in these alt-right crews because I recognized the kind of like edgy white guy humor and the kind of irony, slippage from joking around to being actually racist, right? And in the time since, I'm convinced that it's just become worse. It's certainly become more mainstream. And I think that people who look at the media that young men are consuming, the ways that specifically young white men, but young men in general, are associating with one another on the internet, who is speaking to them and what those messages are. This is all really important. And I don't want to go on some cliched rant about the manosphere, because there's like 100 books about that, but that stuff is real, right? There's young men are being kind of edged out of certain sectors of employment that they once took for granted that they could rise in. even in my own study, my study of Rikers, I found that the average guard at Rikers and the average the captain at Rikers right now is a Black woman. Like the workplace, the labor market is transforming so much. Young men aren't going to college as much as women. They aren't rising in the workplace. And from a feminist perspective, you could say this is great, but it's also producing this whole generation of disaffected people who are just prime for fascism. And so I feel like more so than even 10 years ago, it really raises the question of who's talking to these young men, and specifically these young white men, and trying to relate to them and trying to explain the world as kind of a leftist would see it. And one more thing I'll say is, and this is a lot of self-criticism on my part, like, I feel like I've kind of abandoned this effort. And a lot of white guys who I know who kind of come from kind of edgy, racist, suburban bro culture and like come into the left, the last thing you want to do is hang around with a bunch of edgy, racist, suburban bros. You want to get as far away from that crap as possible, especially because, it might just activate some of those particles that you're still carrying around with you, right? But I think those of us who come from that background do have a responsibility to engage more with the people who are in those spaces and are getting pulled rightward.
I love that edgy and racist are like the sort of edgy and racist dynamic here. I think this is such an interesting thing, and I want us to kind of keep this going a bit, because I feel like on the left, some part of the left has been obsessed for a long time of like reifying this position that like the real working class, right, is this like white man, like is the like working white man. And, it's led to this weird, like, left anti-wokeism that, like, has popped up in certain magazines, which I will not name, because it's Sunday and we're not out here trying to start shit. But there's this kind of, like, the real working class, and in some senses, I feel like the left has vacillated between either being too obsessed with this group to the detriment of, the mass, like brown and black and woman and queer working class, or has abandoned that group, right, entirely, and been like, well, whatever, these are all just fascists and we need to move on. And I just kind of wonder, where do you think, like, kind of in a practical sense, right, like, what would it look like to have a left that incorporates that group without necessarily making it the like ultimate, making it the ideal type around which we organize? And which parts of the left do you think should be doing that? Are there organizations that come to mind? You talked about a demographic, and I'm all about get your people politics, right? Where it's like, go get your people. But yeah, I just want to hear more about what you think this looks like, taking this segment seriously as a group that we need to organize.
Oh, 100%. And yeah, I'm the last person who would say that there's like a real white working class, that's like as salt of the earth. These are middle class motherfuckers, right? And the Trump base, like the Trump base in 2016, in 2020, and in 2024, these are middle class people who you own a little bit of property, you probably own a small business. It's total like settler colonial mentality. I have an essay called Iowa Bluffs in the book, where I go to a Trump rally in Iowa, and I'm just trying to figure out what I'm looking at. And I figure out finally, like, I am at a rally of aggrieved settler colonists, right, who are finding diminishing returns on the lifestyle that they've purchased with massacre and piling up guns. So no, this is there is no like salt of the earth kind of white working class argument to be found in this book. On the contrary, I think orienting to downwardly mobile middle class people is a really important political project in itself, and it's something that Occupy tried to do. And I think did fairly well, but could not figure out how it related to race. And one of the essays, the essay that gives the book its title, actually spends a lot of time kind of ruminating, probably unsuccessfully, just trying to figure out this trajectory. So in Occupy Wall Street, you have this movement of kind of downwardly mobile whites that has been kicked off largely in response to the fiscal crisis of 2008, right? But what do we know about the fiscal crisis of 2008? It disproportionately impacted African Americans and specifically liquidated decades of gains in private property ownership, specifically home ownership for African Americans. Occupy remained in most places lily white. Within 2 years, you have Black Lives Matter kicking off, which is a much more class neutral kind of populist campaign that hinged specifically on the disposability of Black lives at the hands of the police. And of course, that is a Black-led movement. And if you were in the streets in 2011 and then back in 2014, it was just like two different segments of the population in New York City, where I was. And so this poses a question, right? Of how do you balance the class politics that are necessary for a contestational mass movement with the necessary racial analysis, without which you're ultimately talking about nothing, especially in a country as racially stratified as the United States. So when it comes to the question of these white men following, the manosphere into fascism, I think that I actually have begrudging respect for some folks in the quote unquote dirtbag left who were like, basically like their wager was like, listen, being a socialist or whatever, it doesn't have to be church. It doesn't have to be, you're always really somber and you can't make any jokes. And, if you use the wrong word, we're going to kick you out. Right. But I mean, a lot of those, if you look at the trajectory of a lot of those projects, it basically turned into like, okay, you can be a socialist and you can keep your slurs and you can keep your racist jokes, right? You can keep calling people, like you can keep dehumanizing people. And I feel like that's a Faustian pact. So like, if we're being serious about this stuff, and this is where I get really theoretical with no serious practical insights, like, I feel like we really need to just figure out a way to take masculinity as it exists today apart and to reveal just how violent it is, not just to others, but to oneself, and how self-mutilating it is to be socialized as a man in our society. I think there's a lot of really cool avant-garde stuff going on around gender right now. The needle is moving culturally. I feel like the pushback against trans people in the last like 5 years, this horrible thing that a lot of people have had to endure, is actually a barometer of the successes that have been made in destabilizing traditional gender roles, normalizing gender nonconformity. And I think that's fucking rad. Like, I wish so many of my friends didn't have to suffer as a result of it, and it sucks. But like that's the result of like real victories that are being waged by people challenging gender socialization. And I mean, if anybody has any like real practical proposals, I'm all ears. But like, that's where I'm at theoretically. It's not enough to just say like, yeah, you can be a socialist and you can tell a racist joke every now and then as long as it's funny or whatever. I feel like just taking apart like what is actually pushing people in to this understanding of society where you always have to be punching down on someone. You always have to be dominating someone. You have to be talking about large groups of people like they're a lower type of human than you. And to my mind, that comes from settler colonialism and white supremacy. But in my experience, it also comes from being socialized as a man.
That makes a lot of sense, and I couldn't agree more with the analysis that we're facing this moment of backlash. You know, there's these stats that like 1 out of 5 people under the age of 18 identify as something other than straight. You know, there's already like there's such a shift, and we're in this moment of backlash from that shift. One of the things I love about the book is that there's memoir in it, right? That there's a lot of, you know, it's sort of, in some ways it's also a history of you on the left over the last 10 years or 15 years ish. And God, time moves too quickly. And I'm curious, you know, I think there's been a lot of analysis about what this past decade has been like. And you talk about some of the movements that have been the hallmarks of this decade and a half, right? You have Occupy, you have Black Lives Matter. There were so many uprisings, both in the US and globally. And yet we find ourselves in this moment of reaction. And many of these uprisings didn't resulted in some cultural change, but often didn't translate into like material wins for us. And, you know, I think different people have come up with different analyses of why that is, or like different kind of autopsies of this period. And I would love for you to share with us about, and I feel like I had the sense that this was one of the motivations for pulling together these essays, was to kind of reflect on that time that was both so momentous, but in which for so many moments we felt like we were winning and then we're swiftly defeated. And so I'm curious, you know, where is your thinking now in terms of where the left should invest energy? What is your analysis of, you know, that this past period and where we are now?
That's a great question. And I think, first of all, we would have to define what victory would mean or what it would look like. Because to be honest, most of the stuff that I participated in my life and that I wrote about in this book, I didn't really expect any kind of final victory. And I was really like, every struggle I've ever participated in, it's like, okay, how can I make as many new comrades as possible and build a little infrastructure, learn some skills before the inevitable crash. And that's what, like, if that sounds like the stupidest thing ever to a person listening, not you, E-Man, we're friends. I was addressing the audience. If that sounds like the stupidest thing ever, that's cool. You know, like there are political parties that you can join for whom every struggle is either the International Workers' Revolution or it failed or whatever. In my case, you know, I think that people are struggling all the time. You know, most people struggle in isolation, you know, just shoplifting, hopping the turnstile, right? Selling a little drugs, right? To survive. If you look at the average take-home pay of Americans put next to the average cost of living of Americans, you know, there's a lot of hustling going on. Those numbers don't make any sense. And so people are struggling all the time, and in these occasional moments we get to struggle together, and that's awesome. And to my mind, those are moments of experimentation. That's when you figure out, what can you do with a small group of people? What can you do when a whole lot of people come together with no plan? You know, how can you prepare for what you think is going to come next, right? What kind of infrastructure do you want to have in place? Those are all practical questions. And I think when you step away from like whether or not we're going to win each time, right, and you say like, okay, what do I want to get out of this? Like some of us in Chicago, like during the encampment movement, we're like got together and we're like, all right, we can see the end of this thing coming a mile away. What do we want to be holding on to when it's over? Right. And the result was like a pretty cool political network that still exists. Right. Whereas I think people who go all in these moments end up hating each other because it's like, oh, we have to win. We're going to get all our demands. We're going to whatever. And then when that doesn't happen, it turns into a game of finger pointing and all the rest of it. But I will say that if you want to measure victories materially from 2014 until, what is it, November 6th, 2024, whenever fucking Trump was reelected, right? There was a positive deluge of money and resources dumped onto anybody who was perceived as a friendly enough emissary of the movement. This is how I got a job, teaching criminal justice. There was a hiring boom in criminal justice following the Ferguson Rebellion that didn't let up until the second Trump inauguration, in which just about anybody who was like kind of like a woke abolitionist coded criminal justice scholar was getting hired, because there was this push for these institutions to incorporate social justice, racial justice, all the rest of it into their functioning. There was something like $10 billion with a B was lavished on, in particular, Black-led organizations, Black studies departments, corporate DEI initiatives, all the rest of it. $10 billion between 2014 and like 2022. Now, we can ask the people who got that money, what did you do with it? Like, I think like a lot of people got in positions of power and they got resources, and they used that to fight little skirmishes with each other and blow up their Instagram stories, trying to cancel each other and like carve out these little like ego fiefdoms. Now, of course, man, we know nothing about that in academia, right? We're totally absolved from any of that behavior. But but there were a lot of like material victories. A lot of people got jobs, a lot of people got resources, right? But unfortunately, if we look at who benefited from 2014 to 2022, 2023, it was basically the professional managerial class kind of absorbing all of this funding, empowering itself, giving itself positions. Oh, everybody's the executive director of a nonprofit that has like 3 staffers, right? Everybody's it's got their abolitionist Instagram page where you can Venmo them or whatever. And it's like, this was a working class led movement in Ferguson, right? Working class people fought and were murdered in Ferguson. And working class people made up like the bulk of the most militant edge of Black Lives Matter over the course of 10 years. But it was the professional managerial class that swooped in, right? And got seriously paid. And I'm putting myself in that bucket because I would not have my job without the people of Ferguson. And those of us who are in that camp, it's fine. I'm not saying we should feel guilty, but it's just a matter of using the power that you have, the institutional connections and all the rest of it, to give back to this movement. And I know you do that, Eman. A lot of our friends do that. But I think that's worth repeating, that there were a lot of victories along the way. It's just political power or the abolition thereof remains elusive.
Yeah, that's a good correction, and I appreciate that kind of reframe. I guess I'm curious what you think. Where do you think our energy should be going right now?
No, 100%. Great question. I was able to go up to Minneapolis during the ICE surge there, and what I saw there is probably 75% of the answer. Just the amount of mutual aid infrastructure that people had put together. It was almost like approaching kind of a dual power situation, right? They had so much capacity to feed people, to keep people safe, all the rest of it, right? At the same time, there's a lot of political limitations built into that, right? Because there was a certain kind of resistance, liberal sensibility. And unfortunately, when ICE withdrew its most offensive public presence from Minneapolis, the conventional wisdom became like, we won, it's time to go home, go back to normal, all the rest of it. So I feel like there's there's a lot of work to, there's a lot of really cool projects that are building kind of this kind of skeletal dual power. I just got back from Sacramento, where I spoke with a group called NorCal Resist that has been at it for over a decade, building up a very impressive mutual aid infrastructure. They'll change people's taillights for free so the cops don't have a probable cause to pull them over. They have a diaper distro, a food distro, immigration law, all this stuff. And at the same time, it's wedded to an explicitly anarchist analysis. And I feel that those projects right now, those kind of experimental projects that relate to people on the basis of the things that they need, to bring people into these projects that are based around decommodified goods and services, right? But simultaneously have that political analysis, right? And are not just getting siphoned into the Democratic Party. I think that shit's where it's at.
Thank you. That's on the second anniversary of the encampments. I know that's a really an important reminder. I want to make sure that we have time for folks to join us in conversation. So want to open up the chat. Want to open up the floor for folks attending to jump in with questions. Since we're a small group, I think if folks want to post in the chat or come off mute, I don't know if that's possible actually in this format.
Yeah, the folks don't have the ability to come off mute in the webinar, so definitely using the chat or Q&A would be ideal.
Okay, cool.
And it'll probably take people a few minutes. If people are stewing on something, I'm imagining that it might take them a couple minutes. So maybe we continue the conversation while we give people space to write it out. But definitely do want to hear from all of y'all.
I have to say one of my favorite essays in the book is the one where you hate The Walking Dead. Death to the Walking Dead was probably my favorite essay in the book. I guess it was so refreshing to see like kind of cultural analysis be incorporated in the book. I don't know what the like question version of this comment is. I just wanted to say that I love that essay. What do you like? I guess I'm curious about the choice to include that kind of analysis, or maybe you could tell everyone why you hate The Walking Dead.
Yeah, The Walking Dead that was my
yeah.
No, that was I spent over 10 years putting off writing that, and it turned into like I need to watch the last 5 seasons of The Walking Dead in order to write an essay about it. And so if anyone's wondering, the one thing that you're not going to find in this book is overt sexuality or sex, but it's all masochism. And the Walking Dead essay is just prime example. So I forced myself to watch like hundreds of hours of The Walking Dead to read all the critical literature on zombies and the critical history of zombies. And there's so much of it. There's a whole genre of cultural studies called zombie theory. And the reason why I did this was because going back to like 2000, it must have been 2010 when that show kicked off. It was so long ago. There was this popular culture obsession with the meanest, nastiest version of our society. And so following kind of CLR James, who's a theoretician who's very influential on me, his work is found throughout this book. I basically postulated that people who love The Walking Dead are not imagining this zombie apocalypse as some fantasy future, right? And Eman, you know this as a sci-fi writer and a sci-fi nerd, right? Science fiction is not about the future; it's about the present, right? So there's no the worst misnomer that's ever been applied to this kind of reading or books and movies is escapism. This is not. It is not escapism. There's no such thing as escapism. People are always imagining themselves in the story, and they respond to the stories to the degree to which they recognize their own world. And so The Walking Dead was no exception to that. So I basically developed the hypothesis that The Walking Dead is not about the future, it's about the present. And people who watch the show are imagining themselves navigating their day-to-day struggles as if they are characters on The Walking Dead. And so I theorized it as a kind of distinct, like post 2008 fiscal crisis version of American society, where what used to be some kind of functioning world has degenerated into these just tribal bands based on kind of mutual willingness to kill outsiders, right? And your any benevolence that you show, any sympathy that you have for others will be punished by the unfolding of events. And the gender stuff, again, I think is really important because it's incredibly misogynistic in its orientation to women in the first couple seasons, right? There's a mother character who is like too weak to live in the new world. And actually, as a quick aside, it's a genre of kind of sexist, post-apocalyptic writing that you can find in Cormac McCarthy's The Road, which might be like the Ur text of this. And if you take Cormac McCarthy's The Road, if you ever got like a weekend just to kill, read Cormac McCarthy's It's The Road, and then put it next to Octavia Butler's Parable of the Sower, right? And you will see the difference between just this real kind of male-centric, misogynistic kind of macho apocalypse and a much more nuanced and complex view of social collapse that takes into account the necessity of care, the necessity of building a new society, right? And actually reads a lot of the real nasty macho crap into the collapse of the old society, right? So that was as an aside. So I found The Walking Dead was a part of that kind of that real macho, just self-mutilating, nasty fucking tradition. So of course I watched hundreds of hours of it, and the interesting part is that, if you read accounts of Night of the Living Dead coming out in the late 1960s, right? People were running out of the theater horrified, right? You could not explain to a young person who grew up on The Walking Dead what is scary about Night of the Living Dead, what's disgusting about it. Walking Dead was primetime television, and people getting their entrails ripped out and their throats bitten out. It's just the most horrible atrocities, just the nightly just dismemberment and disfiguring of human beings. And a lot of it's like even supposed to be funny. And so I developed this kind of analysis where it was like, this is how people are training themselves to navigate the social collapse that we're currently living in. And it's a really kind of nasty, tribal, foul, misanthropic view that blends seamlessly into xenophobia and racism and all the rest of it, right? And we need like an alternative view of the apocalypse, right? Because one that I think we could take in large part from someone like Octavia Butler.
Yeah, well, I'm all about an alternative view of the.
Tell me more.
Yeah, I was like, this is a great essay. I always think about this moment of also, this thing that we're always in the present, I think is so important. We do have a question in the Q&A that I think is an interesting one. This anonymous attendee says, are you aware that far-right figures like Nick Fuentes are actively discouraging his audience of young men from supporting Trump and saying they are going to vote for Democrats to sabotage Trump and the GOP? What do you make of this? And I would add to that question, Tucker Carlson, and there's this recent New York Times profile of him saying, that he's plagued by the fact that he had supported Trump. And of course, we're seeing the breakdown of the far right coalition over the war in Iran and over support for Israel. So yeah, what do you?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think a lot of people on the left are far too comfortable just saying that the Republicans are fascists, full stop. Trump is the same thing as every other Republican. Capitalism is fascism, right? It's like you spend enough time in activist spaces, you learn that everything actually is everything else. And if you try to make any distinctions, you're just like hopelessly lost, But like, it wasn't that long ago where the Republican Party was led by a kind of far-sighted wing of the American ruling class that was actually very malleable on the questions of migration. George W. Bush did not want to ban the undocumented migration. No Texas politician would, because that's where they get their workers, right? They wanted to keep people easily flowing into the country easily and revoked from the country easily, which is, that is how the kind of the traditional kind of conservative wing of the Republican Party wanted to handle the issue of migration. And so Trump is kind of an anomaly, I think, in a lot of ways. I mean, when he first came on the scene, I said, oh my God, it's like the Fox News viewers have taken over the Republican Party, right? This is the dog food that the elite Republicans feed to the proles that they don't even really believe in. These are multinational economic actors. They don't believe in economic nationalism, right? That's the crap that they feed to the Fox News viewers and the New York Post readers and all the rest of it, right? At the same time, there has been, for many, many decades, an extra parliamentary right, an extra parliamentary fascist right that is different from Trump. I'm sorry, that's different from the Republican Party. Trump represented a temporary kind of confluence of these things. Enough fascists recognized themselves in Trump's xenophobia and in his spectacle of cruelty against women, trans people, people of color, right? At the same time, and you'll find this in the alt-right essay if you read the book, a lot of these guys didn't have any illusions that Trump was their guy. I tell a story in there about hanging out with these like real anti-Semites, and they're just like, one of them's like, Trump broke a glass at his daughter's wedding. He's not our guy. Like, for real. He's like, listen, he's helping us mainstream some of our positions, but this is not our guy. So I think you should take seriously that there is an extra parliamentary right that is not simply taking their orders from Trump or from the Republicans. They have their own independence, right? And they've basically kept their mouths shut for a little while because they were seeing how far Trump would get and how far Trump would get them. But they want a very different order than any bourgeois American politician can deliver. I think as a thought experiment, just imagine how like anarchists and communists would behave if Bernie became president, right? The first thing we would do is like, okay, let's see, how can I become the Secretary of Energy or something and just like give out as much free energy as I can? Can I become the Secretary of Education and get all my friends' books onto the syllabus, right? We do all these little experiments and like, oh, how much can we get from this moment to advance the shit we're trying to do, to open up the Overton window on politics that we believe in. But at the end of the day, there's a lot of rightists that are just as independent from the Republicans and Trump as we are from the Democrats, and those people aren't going away. And so we might be entering the moment, another moment like we were between 2016 and like 2020, where it's like, oh, we have to like counter mobilize against a huge Patriot Front demo or something like that. They're not in the streets now because enough of them are convinced that they got their guy in the White House, but that spell seems to be wearing off. So we might be returning to this kind of like three-way fight situation. And if you're interested in that theory, there's a book on PM Press called Three-Way Fight. Me and Jana have an essay in it, and it is a great framework for understanding the extra parliamentary right, kind of before Trump blurred the distinctions. Oh, Jana's in the comments. Let's hear from her.
Yeah. The European far right has distanced itself from Trump too. Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, and especially now with the Orban defeat, like the Hungary defeat, will be interesting to see how this, and then of course, the Italian prime minister, there's like a couple of these instances. It's true, Jana, thank you for bringing that up, that are really I think the interesting thing is, on the electoral front, there doesn't seem to be any of course the Democrats are absolutely failing to seize upon this fracturing. I mean, I think we're seeing some figures. I mean, to go back to our sort of masculinity question, this like, the sort of Hassan Piker type figure that's rising, I think, is maybe capturing some of these, some of that base that hopefully maybe, but I think it's interesting. I think this is where the US's electoral system is so wild, right? Because there's such a distance between what is possible electorally and what is actually happening on the ground in terms of how bases are shifting.
That's why, I think that from my own political perspective, and again, right, if you're in an ML party, you're just, first of all, you're probably not listening to this talk, but there's a different framework, and that's fine. I'm not going to argue with you, but I consider national politics to be basically like celebrity culture. Like when AOC came out and was like this famous socialist, I was like, wow, that's cool. There's like a famous celebrity socialist. It would be like if Lady Gaga became a socialist. Like, I don't think AOC really has any power or any connection to what I am trying to do politically, and certainly doesn't have anything to do with my daily life or the people I care about, right? And so this is why electoral politics in America can really suck us into thinking that there's only one game in town. And meanwhile, all the cool stuff that's worth doing is so far outside of that. All these awesome mutual aid projects and political education projects, and just building workplace campaigns, building hegemony in your community, right? The only thing that Democrats are going to do to that is fuck it up. And if you want to get some money from a Democrat, that's great. Take the money and do something different besides what they intended you to do with it, right? But I think electoral politics can be just such a distraction, and I feel like I might have even played too much into it in my own work, just because it's I grew up on that stuff. I grew up watching cable news and listening to friggin' right-wing talk radio, and I'm still kind of obsessed with all that shit. And so but to me, it's entertainment. It's Trump is Trump is some kind of entertainer. And what we're doing on the local level is fighting the local manifestations of this stuff, right? With projects that are only going to be at best tangentially related to local electoral politicians. So it's we're kind of on our own in this, right? And the Democrats can do whatever they want. They can all follow Mamdani, and they can give people, free childcare, and they can make the rent lower. And it's that's cool. It'll be easier to do what we did in 2020 when everybody was getting their stimulus checks, and we could have a protracted insurrection, right? But I don't think that there's a question of folding what the leftist project into an electoral project.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, but I think the hard part is that it's entertainment, but with very real material consequences, right? So that's the hard part, that it's not, yeah, folding the leftist project into an electoral fight like has never worked and would not work. I agree with that. Then it's like, you know, like it's like I remember being at your house and you said I thought the terrain of struggle was going to be liberalism, and I think about that. Two Jared statements that I think about all the time are when you were like, I thought the terrain of struggle was going to be liberalism, and I'm like, bro, me too. And when you were, after I got arrested, and you were like, the only bad thing that could happen to a writer is writer's block. The two Jared statements that I think about all the time. Oh no, you are living rent free in my head. Like you are in my head. I think about those two statements regularly. But you know, I think that's the really tough part. I think that's part of why it's such an effective distraction, right? That it has very real material consequences. Like I think it's true that we are worse off like under Trump. I think we would have been horribly worse off. I mean, you know, the day after the election, I was like, wow, I'm glad she lost and horrified that he won, right? Like we are not in a good position. You know, I don't think we would have been that much better off, but I don't think we would have spent so much time and energy and resources like fighting ICE in the same way. But maybe we should have been fighting ICE more, right? Even if she was in the office. I don't know. I'm spinning out. Okay, Mel.
That's a good question. I'm glad you let me off the hook at the end of that because I was about to have nothing smart to say. Let's see what.
I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to translate this into a question because I like you, Jared. I don't want to do that to you.
It's getting real. We're approaching the 1 hour mark.
There we go. Mel says, I would be really curious how many of the newish ICE recruits are chuds. But these guys will never submit to a survey like that. So who knows, except by outside observation. I remember one time seeing an ICE agent in a skull gator do the okay sign from a car. LOL. Like, are they actually not in the streets? Probably some of them aren't, or are they now on a payroll? Who can say for certain? Yeah. And then Jana says, seeing the stats on Gen Z dudes and their views on gender is kind of scary. And just more recent cultural online shifts, looks maxing, and all the stuff that's pulling them in to far right politics is really wild. So I think your book is super relevant, Jared, to push us into these phenomena. Thoughts on either of these comments? I mean, the ICE stuff, I remember going to Broadview in the, like before Pritzker sent the Illinois State Police out there. And it was just, I mean, it really did feel like all these, like, I grew up in Missouri and it was like all these like white dudes who would walk around in fatigues and like looking all scared. It felt like those guys were now hired by the federal government and were shooting gas at us. Yeah, anyway.
No, there's some interesting, anecdotally, right? There have been some like ICE, old guard ICE agents complaining about how all the new guys are like fascists. I mean, I don't have the data. I don't think anybody does, like Mel said, but I just like, again, just do a little thought experiment. Think about it. You want to be an extra parliamentary fascist right now. You want to be carrying a long gun, dressed in military gear, fucking with black and brown people. Are you going to join some little militia and just go shoot your guns in the woods in like Minnesota or something? Or are you going to join ICE? I mean,
get a benefits package while you're at it.
I mean, honestly, like, I feel like any self-respecting fascist at this point would almost have to join ICE. It would be like, I'm ashamed on the behalf of the ones who haven't. It's like, what do you guys do? Oh, you just want to talk shit online. You get the opportunity to travel all around the US, like owning the libs, and like, you're not taking it? Like, what's wrong with you? You know? So yeah, I mean, it would almost be like surprising, right? If when the history of this moment is written well, we don't see this infusion of fascists into ICE or people who are already there. Because actually I had a student, so I teach at a little working class state school outside Chicago, and I had a student from Chicago, a Latino guy, was just like, he was like, you know, it's really nice that everybody cares about the ICE now, but they're basically doing the same shit that they have been doing for a really long time. It's just like it's on a larger scale, and it's more public. And again, Trump is publicizing it, whereas Obama was like trying to be on the DL about deporting people. Trump is publicizing this thing that has been happening. In terms of Jana's question, I recently learned that you actually, like, if you hit yourself in the chin with a hammer, you don't actually get better chin definition. I want to thank, Lila told me that wasn't true, so it saved me from doing it. No, looks maxing, nothing is subtle anymore. It's almost like the right is putting cultural studies out of business because there's no subtext anymore. We don't have to analyze the violence that men do to themselves to become men because you got Clav hitting himself in the chin with a hammer. There's no that doesn't need that doesn't need a new inquiry essay about masculinity. It's literally a man.
You don't need to make your way through Butler for that. Like,
No,
you just don't.
You listen to like a clavicular podcast and you pretty much understand gender trouble. Because it's like, oh, I get it. This is like a dude who perceives himself as like a little dork who's insufficiently manly, and he's putting himself through this the stations of the cross to try and turn himself into like a Chad. And he hates himself, and he hates women, and he hates all his friends, and his whole world is just violence and domination. And he doesn't even believe that he's the alpha. It's really, really fucking sad.
You know what? New theory. Maybe this is the far right's like really indirect way of putting all those gender professors out of a job, because they're like, if we just make it obvious, you don't need gender studies anymore. Like, we won't need to hire any of these professors who make us read Butler, right? And then you get rid of that whole section of the academy. Done.
100%. Looks maxing is really interesting because it's like it shows us how much work cis people put into their gender presentation. Like hard maxing, right? That is gender affirming surgery. It's just gender affirming surgery when cis men get it to appear as their idea of what a cis man should look like.
And most of hormone replacement therapy in the US is used by cis people as gender.
100%. Yeah, Clav was taking that shit like when he was like 12 years old. That's so crazy. So yeah, Jana, I think so Mel says Clav says traditional politics is jester. So he said it better. He said he's saying the same shit as me. He's putting me out of a job. So I think like, and I'm glad E-Man pushed back a little bit earlier, right? Because we don't want to push this idea that like these white dudes taking up a lot of space deserve all the attention, right? Because there's a huge multiracial working class in the United States. There are actually like really noxious, misogynistic identity movements within any conceivable demographic of America and society. A lot of them revolve around religion, some of them don't, right? And so there are fascisms and reactionary politics of every stripe, right, in the U.S. But as we have seen with the rise of Trump, the particular young white male version of it, I think, deserves our attention, not because these people's lives matter more than anyone else's, but because they have proven uniquely capable of causing all kinds of harm and havoc to people, right? So unless you want to prepare for a full-on military confrontation with these people who would love to just mow us down with their ARs, right? I think there's some cultural work that can be done. Who knows? Maybe Clav. I know he's been going through it lately. He recently overdosed, and he came out and said it was really touching. He said, I've been using drugs to appear neurotypical, and I've decided that that's not a good idea. Maybe Clav's going to turn over a new leaf and join our team, but I don't know if I'm holding out for that.
Well, while we consider that, there is a question in the Q&A, which is, could you, either of you, give an example of a non-trivial disagreement amongst anarchist/anti-capitalist organizers in the last year that is of practical importance, but you don't feel like the solution is very clear-cut? Something aligned listeners might practically benefit from thinking about more, ones who didn't make it out to Minneapolis, for example. That's a good question.
I can think of one just from like the Chicago comrades, like some people who are in here, some people I really respect. We've had kind of an ongoing debate about what, like, the class character of the anti-ICE movement. So a few of the comrades in Lake Effect published this really provocative essay arguing basically that the movement in Minneapolis was by and for this kind of white middle class resistance, liberal population that was just as hostile to anything like anarchism or communism as they were to ICE and Trump, and that ultras who were throwing themselves into these mutual aid campaigns were effectively leaving their politics at the door. That's a provocative hypothesis. I got really mad about it, which means that it was challenging some things that, that I hadn't really thought through. And I don't know what the answer is, but I think that's the best example I can come up with.
I think similarly, we've had, I think just with the encampments on my mind, I think there was a lot of disagreement about the encampments and like whether the encampments should have aimed towards, like, when the encampment when some of the organizers were in negotiation with the administrations, and there were some possible material wins on the table, and I think there are some campuses that took some wins. There are other campuses that didn't take any. I think there was some serious, and I think very serious, disagreement among people whose politics are pretty aligned. Like, I don't think it was just like liberals who were like, like some, winning something might be helpful for the movement, or, I think that there weren't any campuses where the wins were everything we wanted. And then I think, and I think there's remained disagreement about what the right course of action was, especially since there's been a reaction, I mean, which often happens right after uprisings, is that the state or the university or both get more repressive, right? Like here at UChicago right now, like you're only allowed to protest from 12 to 1 on campuses, which of course people aren't respecting, but like, things got more draconian since the encampment. So yeah, I think these are things about which reasonable people can disagree. And I think for me, I think that these are things that like need to be sorted out and struggle, and I think need to be and I think for me, what's important is how we come out as comrades and how our movement comes. Like, to me, and towards the point that you were making earlier, Jared, that like oftentimes we do things and we know we're not going to win the real thing, right? We're nowhere near that. And so the question is like, where is the movement going to be afterwards? And to me, that's a more important question than the exact position that we end up taking. So I don't know if that answers the question that was posed, or I don't know, like, I don't have a clear, I think it's a case-by-case basis. And my tendency is to say that it was all good, right? Like that it was like, that at the end of the day, there wasn't any encampment that was ever going to win divestment sanctions and like all the demands. And so the ones who decided like we're not going to take any material wins, and the ones who decided we're going to take some material wins and disbar, I'm like, that I think that overall that was okay. Like I don't see either of those camps as like as enemy camps or overall bad decisions. I think it depends on the local context, and I think the real evaluation to me isn't about whether you won something or not, is more like what was the state of your movement on campus after the encampment. That's the real test to me. And there's definitely big differences between these campuses. But it's not always clear to me that like, oh, the ones who compromised the movement died, or the ones who didn't compromise the movement didn't die. Somebody could do that systematically, but I spent, I went to like 12 different campuses last year in the moment right after the encampments and saw a huge range. Yeah.
I think that's a great point, Eman. And I think it raises this the necessity of having like a strategy that's not just like, oh, we have to win everything we say we're going to win, right? Because I met some people in the U Chicago encampment who really thought that we were going to get U Chicago to like divest from any investment that involves Israel or something. And I was just like, oh, sweetie, first time, like, I'm sorry to say, but like,
I love it.
But I feel like that points to the necessity for political organization, for having like, it doesn't have to be like some huge org that you're in, but you have like a crew, people, you study together, you learn together, you develop a common vernacular, a common way of understanding struggles, and you identify like a strategic orientation to this stuff, right? Just going to this big open-ended encampment that's demanding things that it's never going to possibly win, right, can be a W if you're like, I want to meet the 10 raddest people here and figure out a way that we're all going to keep doing shit when this inevitably gets smashed. Or like, I want to like hook up with the people who are providing food for this thing, help them out, learn what they're doing, right? Figure out how that infrastructure works and figure out how we're going to help replicate that the next time shit kicks off. There's a million ways that you can go into one of these big waves of struggle, without just like setting yourself up for heartbreak when it inevitably isn't like the easiest revolution in world history, right?
Heartbreak or self-destruction.
Yeah.
Or worse, heartbreak or self-destruction or movement destruction or like, yeah.
100%.
Yeah. Man. Okay, does anyone have any more questions for us?
Right.
Cool.
Y'all, this conversation's been amazing. I can't wait to recommend it to so many people. Maybe if I can send us out with just kind of a query about what y'all are working on now. Eman, I'd love to hear a little bit about Project 2052. Jared, I'm sure that you've got like some stuff going on in your world. Would love to hear about it. What comes next? I mean, this book has been out in the world now for 7 months.
Yeah.
Would also be interested to hear, just kind of what feedback you've gotten on it so far. But yeah, if we could do a little go around on that.
Yeah. So we just launched a website called Project 2052, which is, I can find the link here in a second, but it is a website of art and fiction, mostly fiction, in the world of everything for everyone. So folks are sending us pitches and we're reading them and we're like, yay, we're on a story, and they write us stories and we edit them and we post them. And so we have 5 stories up already. And our, I think, 6th story just went up. So we'll be posting a new story every month. And it's all just really fun. It's a way to imagine, a revolutionary future. The book itself was very porous, and so there's a lot of openness for that. So if you follow Common Notions on Instagram, or if you follow me on Instagram, or if you just go straight to the website, old school keep refreshing every month, you can find the stories. Our new one literally posted 3 days ago, and it takes place in a sort of post-revolutionary Bangladesh. So it's an exciting one.
Oh, I can't wait. I love that book. I'm like low-key a fanboy, so thank you for keeping me on this. I've been hard at work.
Well, you should write us a story.
I should.
Would this be your fiction debut?
No, but as far as my acknowledged CV, yes.
Well, maybe it's time to start writing fiction. You can pitch us a story. We would love
All
it.
right, I'm gonna do it. So anyway, what I'm working on now is I'm working on.
I just want everybody to know, you heard it here first. Jared is going to write a piece.
It's gonna
for Project 2052.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's gonna. I know. I can't wait. I actually, I'm gonna take you up on this. No, I'm right now. I told myself when I finished the 3 Rikers Island books that were like really just draining and awful and like miserable to fucking write. I was gonna do something fun, and so I, for the last couple of years, I've been studying the history of punk rock and the transition to hardcore in New York City. And it was supposed to be like a fun little book, and now it's turned into just punishment again. It's another masochistic endeavor. But I'm basically studying the kind of the punk rock as kind of this this clearing, this kind of political clearing that was opened by negation. Right. And if you know anything about my other writing, I'm really talking about the movements that we've lived through in the last like 15 years. So punk rock is this space that's like opened by negation. And then that leaves those within it to fight for the positive political content. And I've fallen particularly into the early 80s in New York City when there were there were a variety of competing tendencies for giving it positive content. There were anarchist punks, and then there were like Rastafarians and Hare Krishnas and fascists and American patriots, and they were all going to the same shows, which is something that is very interesting to me. And so I've been using it as an excuse to like talk to all these like boomer and Gen X punk rockers, and it'll be a fun project. I gave myself I get kicked out on December 31st. No matter where I'm at, I'm gonna write the end and send it to a publisher because I can't work on this thing for another fucking year. E-Man knows what I'm talking about. So look out to 2029. World Peace Can't Be Done. That's the name of the book. If you know what that's from, it's gonna be lit. Otherwise, thank you so much for Firestorm for having me, and E-Man. Oh my God, you are fucking awesome. Thank you so much for taking some time to do this with me.
Of course, always a pleasure. Always good to see you, even though we live like 2 miles apart and never manage to see each other.
We're gonna fix that when I write an essay for your website.
Hell yes.
Yeah. Y'all are both incredible. Thank you so much for being here. Thanks to the real ones who actually showed up to participate live in this. Everybody else, you missed out. Hope you all have a great rest of your day.
Yeah, take care.
All right. I guess, you know what? Listen, I'm going to call that W. I'm going to call that a W. I'm going to call that spy stream a W. I particularly enjoyed the whole section about how they have to destroy masculinity. I particularly enjoyed the part where they answered my question about Nick Fuentes and had possibly a better grasp of what's going on the right than most people in MAGA do. That was pretty great. Now, guys, we have an intermission, and it's a little bit longer than I thought. That was a huge W. I thought so. I thought so, Duchess. I thought so. And if you missed it, guess what? You're going to have time to rewind the live stream and go watch it again. In fact, we might just end up clipping. Actually, you know what I want to do? Do you guys mind if I just make a quick clip of like literally that section about gender and masculinity and all that shit? Can I just do that now? What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go and just go back and record that section of the actual stream. I gotta mute myself so I can actually hear myself. So we're gonna do that live, and then we're gonna take a little bit of a break. Let me just get my handy dandy recording feature all set up here. Give me a moment, please. Guys, we are going to be taking a break. Our next spy stream, before we do that, I want to remind people, our next spy stream is going to be at 5 p.m. Eastern time. We are going to leave this stream up. It's going to be exactly the same link as we are using right now. Actually, let me put that in a different setting. So, anyway, our next spy stream, guys, is going to be at 5 p.m. Eastern time. So you don't need another link. I'm not going to stop this stream. What I'm going to do is make a clip really quick of that gender bit. And then I'm going to go take a break, and you are welcome to go take a break as well. And while we are on break, I'm basically going to display this sign saying come back at 5 p.m. But you will not have to change streams. You can follow the same link. And so our next spy stream will be hosted by Socialist Alternative, and is called Tech Workers Against ICE. And I really do think this is going to be a good one too. So we're doing a double feature spy stream type of day, but I want to go back, and I want to actually record a clip, and I just need to get my timestamp here. Hang on a second. My settings on my computer have changed. You guys are going to see behind the curtain a little bit. It's fine. I need to change the settings on my computer real quick. Hang on. Boop. That's done. All right, now I can actually see, and now I can look at my notes, and let me see. The gender bit started. 48 minutes. Okay, 48 minutes. Oh shit, I'm gonna have to do fucking, oh man. Okay, I'm going to have to do fucking math here. About an hour ago. Okay. Hour. We're at 1:48. So we need to go back about an hour. I have to do fucking math. Okay. Let me listen.
Time kind of ruminating,
we gotta find the bit.
Probably unsuccessfully, just trying to figure out this trajectory. So in Occupy Wall Street, you have this movement of kind of downwardly mobile whites that has been...
Oh, shit. I didn't mean to do that. What the fuck?
That is a black-led movement. And it was posed as a question.
Actually, you can look at my facial expressions. That's actually the best way to find shit, is just to look at my facial expressions. Because at some point I start making faces. Oh, here we go. Found it.
No serious practical insights. Like, I feel like we really need to just figure out a way to take masculinity as no serious practical insights. Like, I feel like we really need to a Faustian pact, people. And I feel like that's a Faustian pact. So, like, if we're being serious about this stuff, and this is where I get really theoretical with no serious practical insights, like, I feel like we really need to just figure out a way to take masculinity as it exists today apart, and to reveal just how violent it is, not just to others, but to oneself, and how self-mutilating it is to be socialized as a man in our society. I think there's a lot of really cool avant-garde stuff going on around gender right now. The needle is moving culturally. I feel like the pushback against trans people in the last 5 years, this horrible thing that a lot of people have had to endure, is actually a barometer of the successes that have been made in destabilizing traditional gender roles, normalizing gender nonconformity. And I think that's fucking rad. Like, I wish so many of my friends didn't have to suffer as a result of it, and it sucks. But that's the result of real victories that are being waged by people challenging gender socialization. And I mean, if anybody has any real practical proposals, I'm all ears. But That's where I'm at theoretically. It's not enough to just say like, yeah, you can be a socialist and you can tell a racist joke every now and then as long as it's funny or whatever. You know, I feel like just taking apart like what is actually pushing people in to this understanding of society where you always have to be punching down on someone. You always have to be dominating someone. You have to be talking about large groups of people like they're a lower type of human than you. And to my mind, that comes from settler colonialism and white supremacy. But in my experience, it also comes from being socialized as a man.
That makes a lot of sense. And I couldn't agree more with the analysis that we're facing this moment of backlash. You know, there's these stats that like 1 out of 5 people under the age of 18 identify something other than straight. You know, there's already like there's such a shift, and we're in this moment of backlash from that shift. One of the things I love about the book is that there's
okay, that's it. That's the clip. That's the clip. Okay, now I'm gonna just get the clip up on my screen here. Hang on, I'm gonna work some magic. Are you guys ready to make a clip go viral on Twitter? You guys want to do that? I know we're taking a break right now. Our next spy stream is not until 5 o'clock, but you guys want to make something go viral on Twitter? You guys want to have some fun? You guys want to enjoy a little bit? It's gonna take me a minute here. I gotta just gonna make it pretty on my end. Boop. Okay. Hang on, gotta edit this. Gotta clip it. Hang on. Can you guys hear that? Can you guys hear that noise? I just gotta find the start of the clip. Okay. I'm just editing it. I'll be with you guys in 1 sec. Hang on 1 sec. I'm just editing the clip, guys, to get the sound to start at the right place. Hang on, editing the end of it. Okay, hang on. I've got it edited. 2 more minutes. Oh no. Oh no. What the fuck is wrong with my key? Oh no. I need to hook up my other keyboard. Something fierce, because this key isn't even working now, and that's not so good. Oh, there we go. Now it's stuck down permanently. Okay. Okay. This keyboard is officially broken. I don't know what the fuck I did to it, but now I have a key stuck down permanently. Oh, just took a nail clippers and fixed that shit. Okay. Never mind. I'm literally jerry rigging my own keyboard with a set of nail clippers. That's where we're at right now. That's where we're at. Okay. That's where we're at right now. Okay. Well, hey, it's doing what I needed to do, so I guess that's a bonus. Hang on, guys. I'm just editing this clip so we can get it into a shareable mode, and then we'll export it and we'll upload it to Twitter. And we'll have like breaking news. This is like breaking news coverage right now. Okay, so now I got to paste it into the template. Oh, if I can find it. Oh no. Computer doing something I don't. Why does my. Oh, you know what? You want to know why my computer's doing something I don't want it to do? The key is down. There we go. No, it's not. Okay. No. Paste. Okay. I know you guys can't see this, but it's just the way it goes. Okay. I'm editing. Bear with me. 1 moment. Bear with me. 1 moment. Bear with me. 1 moment. Bing. Okay. See, this is the really glamorous part of what I do. All of the fucking clip editing. This is, I know Reagan understands my pain on this one. This is the super, super, super glamorous part of what I do. Text, color. You're going to have to go more white, my dear. You're going to have to be white today. Text. You guys will see what I'm talking about. There we go. Okay. Big ass watermark. And now I need to add the information about when this was recorded on the clip. I know you guys can't see what I'm doing. That's okay. Hang out. Let me see. Got to make sure I have. So basically what I do on every clip I make, if you guys don't know what I'm doing, I write like who this is, when this was recorded, where this was recorded. It might be a little bit annoying, but it's really helpful to be able to just track this stuff over time. Just to have it like directly on the clip. Firestorm Books. This is April 26, 2026. This guy's name is Jared Shanahan. And Imam Abdel, if I know how to spell Imam's name today. Okay, now that's on there. All right. Okay. All right, got it. Okay, masculinity, exporting. Okay, that's exporting. So we're going to be able to post it to Twitter in a second. Now we need to craft a tweet, okay? We also may need to upload it to Twitter more than once, because when you're uploading shit to Twitter, like, it doesn't fucking work and it sucks. It sucks. So sometimes it works to upload shit to Twitter and sometimes it doesn't, but we got to export it, and then we're going to upload it to Twitter. It's already exported. Short ass clip. Okay. See if it goes. Everyone pray the export uploads. We need that to get to 100. We need that little percentage to get to 100 without an error message. Everyone pray. This never happens correctly on the first time. Send positive vibes to Twitter right now that it uploads this fucking clip. We'll listen to it again, too, to try to get all the language. I believe in this clip as well, Reagan. I believe in this clip as well. I'm going to say exclusive in an inflammatory discussion, live discussion today. Antifa member Jared, I'm going to be as inflammatory as possible. Shanahan. That's how we're spelling his name, right? 100%. We did it on the first fucking try. Holy shit. That never happens. Jarrod. Yes, that's spelled correctly. Shanashan. There we go. Antifa member Jared Shanahan calls for the... Hang on. Let's listen to what he said again. Let's listen to what he said. Make sure we're quoting correctly.
I feel like we really need to just figure out a way to take masculinity as it exists today apart.
Calls for the destruction of masculinity.
And to reveal just how violent it is, not just to others, but to oneself. And how just...
Because it is violent to others and to... I'm going to wordsmith this. One's self.
How self-mutilating it is.
It is violent and self-mutilating. Mutilating.
To be socialized as a man in our society.
As a man,
I think there's a lot of really cool avant-garde stuff going on around gender right now. The needle is moving culturally. I feel like the pushback against trans people in the last 5 years, this horrible thing that a lot of people have had to endure, is actually a barometer of the successes that have been made in destabilizing traditional gender roles, normalizing gender nonconformity. And I think that's fucking rad. I wish so many of my friends didn't have to suffer as a result of it, and it sucks. But that's the result of real victories that are being waged by people challenging gender socialization. And I mean, if anybody has any like real practical proposals, I'm all ears. But like, that's where I'm at theoretically. It's not enough to just say like, yeah, you can be a socialist and you can tell a racist joke every now and then as long as it's funny or whatever. You know, I feel like just taking apart like what is actually pushing people in to this understanding of society where you always have to be punching down on someone. You always have to be dominating someone. You have to be
Antifa professor. Good idea.
Like they're a lower
Antifa
type of human
professor.
than you.
Good
And to
idea.
my mind, that comes from settler colonialism and white supremacy. But in my experience, it also comes.
Very, very good note. Does anyone else have any other notes? Very good note from Mizakan. What else should we say? We need to wordsmith this. We need to wordsmith this a little bit. So Antifa professor says masculinity must be destroyed because it is violent and self-mutilating. In an inflammatory live discussion today, Antifa member Jared Shanahan calls for the destruction of masculinity. Says, okay, we're double dipping here. So says it is dangerous and violent. Says it's dangerous and violent to be socialized as a man in our society. Let's see. I need to make it within the word count now. Okay. I don't think it matters if we say to everyone. We need to eliminate some words here. We don't want to add words. We need to eliminate words. Antifa professor says, maybe I don't quote that. Antifa professor says masculinity must be destroyed because it is violent and self-mutilating. In an inflammatory live discussion today, Antifa member Jared Shanahan says it's Antifa. Well, okay, we can eliminate that because we already called him the Antifa professor. He says that. What do you mean just put he says that? That's not a complete sentence, though. Oh, thank you, bot. I guess okay, fine. That does eliminate a lot of letters. In an inflammatory live discussion today, he says it's dangerous. That doesn't make sense. It doesn't flow. I'm sorry. We need like a name or something. Antifa professor says masculinity must be destroyed because it is violent and self-mutilating. In an inflammatory live discussion today, author Jared Shanahan, I'm sorry, like we need to actually have a qualifier in there, says that, oh shit, Adam Green's calling me. Adam Green's calling me. Hang on. I had a feeling Adam Green was going to call me. I had a fucking feeling. I had a feeling he was going to. I had a feeling that was coming. I'm going to tell him, I'm going to call you right back, bro. I'm going to call you right back. I am doing important business, and I don't want to talk about internet drama right now. I will talk about internet drama in like 5 fucking minutes, okay? I don't know what I suspect I know why he's calling me, but okay. Anyway, what a day it's been. Okay. In an we need to wordsmith this. Everyone focus. The sooner that I wordsmith this and post it, the sooner I can call back Adam Green and find out what the fuck he wants. In an inflammatory live discussion today, author Jared Shanahan says it's dangerous and violent to be socialized as a man in our society. I just infiltrated and recorded this. Okay, maybe we don't need to have that. Boom. This at a queer anarchist bookstore. Fuck, what other words can we remove, guys? That's not his name. No, we're using his proper name, guys. We're not going to not, because if I don't use his proper name, people are going to ask me what it is because they won't look at the fucking video. Antifa professes masculinity must be destroyed because it's violent and self-mutilating. In an inflammatory discussion, live discussion today, Author Jared Shanahan says it's dangerous. Actually, let's just remove this. Come on! How many other words do I need to remove? Okay. Queer Antifa bookstore. Replace the first and second lines with a live discussion today. Antifa professor Jared Shanahan says the masculinity. Thank you. Okay. In a live discussion today, then we remove this. Yes! Boom. Now let's fix the spelling of bookstore. We are within the word count, guys. No. We don't change that. No. Infiltrated is always the word we use. Why do we use okay, let me explain my reasoning behind this. Why do we use the word infiltrated? Because if we use the word infiltrated, that causes the social, there's a very specific reason I use this word, okay? We always use the word infiltrated. And the reason is, number one, it's fun. We're calling this spy stream. We're doing spy-like things. We're infiltrating, okay? Like, it's just fun. It makes it more fun. It makes it more like the thing. But also, when you use the word infiltrated, it gets leftists to say, this was a public event. What are you talking about infiltrating it? And then I get to say to them, well, then what problem do you have with it? All I did was go to a public event and record what you guys were saying publicly. So it's like, this is actually what 3D chess looks like, because what I want the left to do every single time they get pissed off that I'm recording them doing something, I want them to go, well, this is a public event and it's stupid that you're saying that you infiltrated it. And then I go, oh yeah? Well, then all I did was go to a public event and record you guys. So what is your big fucking damage? What are you upset about? So this is like, there's a very specific, there's a method to my madness, but I'm happy to like share my method with you guys. I just don't always think to do that. Anyway, are we ready? Are we good? Is one in the chat if this tweet looks good? 2 in the chat if this tweet does not look good. Let me know. Are you guys ready to go? 1 in the chat. You guys are all going to help me share this too. Everyone logged into your Twitter. 1 in the chat if this looks good. 2 in the chat if you have additional suggestions. Okay. Cool. All right. We are posting the tweet. All right, we are posting the tweet. And now what I need you guys to do, and I'm going to pin this to the top of my Twitter. Pin, boom, replacing the Michael Tracy fight. So you can find it on Twitter. So here's the link, guys. Here's the link. I need everyone's help. You need to do 5 things to this tweet. I need everyone to do this because this is what drives the Twitter algorithm. Because Twitter is bullshit. And you have to game the fucking Twitter algorithm in order to get content seen. So what I need everyone to do is I need you to heart the tweet. I need you to bookmark the tweet. I need you to reply to it saying, this is crazy, or like whatever. It doesn't matter what you say. Just reply to the tweet. You can tag people in the reply. You can say whatever you want. Just reply something. Then I need you to quote tweet the tweet. This is crazy. Do not start. You have to start it with a letter, though. Do not start with a hashtag like that. Never start a tweet with a handle. Never start a tweet with a handle, because then when you start a tweet with a handle, it only shows up to people who are following that account. It murders the reach of the tweet. So if you want to start with a handle, you actually need to start with a period. And then you can start with a handle if you want to tag people or something. But what's even better than that is, hey Fox News, you have to see this, or something like that. That's going to be a more effective like quote tweet, and then I can retweet you. Also, in addition to quote tweeting the tweet, I also just need you to do a plain old retweet of the tweet. And if you do all those things, that will tell the algorithm, oh shit, this is something people want to see. And then it'll share it because that is the way that Twitter works. And I don't make the fucking rules. I'm just telling you how the system works and how to get views on things. And this will be fun. And it's like breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. So we just got that recorded. Guys, we are now going to jump into a break so I can call Adam Green back and find out what the fuck he wanted. And we will be back at 5 p.m. So you got an hour and a half. Go into the world and get snacks or drinks or like whatever. Go do errands or chores or whatever you want to do. I'm probably going to be doing chores in the next hour if I'm being honest about it. But we will be back at 5 p.m. and we are going to be watching another spy stream. We're going to be watching the Socialist Alternative spy stream about tech workers against ICE. So thank you guys all for being here. Thank you for sharing that tweet. Really, really appreciate it. And I'll see you guys in about an hour. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I don't know what the fuck happened. I was in the other room laying down and StreamYard just started fucking up. But we're back. We're back. We're back. Sorry, guys. Sorry about that. I don't know what the fuck happened. But it's not my fault. StreamYard's fault. StreamYard's fault. StreamYard's fault. Hey, pro tip. Pro tip. My supermarket, and your supermarket might do this too, does these little crab snack boxes for like $5. And it's like imitation crab, but it's fine. Sometimes they do shrimp. Sometimes they do both. It's a good little keto protein snack. And I will be availing myself of that on the next leg of our spy stream journey today. So guys, we are getting ready for the second spy stream presentation. Again, sorry for the I don't know how long that was down for because I was in the other room. I was taking a break, but we will be continuing with our spy stream infiltration today. We are getting ready to watch a presentation by Socialist Alternative, specifically for tech workers that are organizing against ICE. So that's going to be getting started in about 5 minutes, and we're chilling out for that. You like imitation crab and butter? Yeah, imitation crab and butter is like a legit snack. I used to eat imitation crab and butter all the time. This one comes with cocktail sauce, and I think, does it have lemon in it? I don't see any lemon, but cocktail sauce pretty good for like a snack. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. Not too. What did Adam Green want? It was just like chit chatting. It wasn't anything important. He's trying to get back on YouTube, and you know, he had some questions, and that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. It honestly, I adore Adam Green. It really wasn't that exciting. Really wasn't that exciting. But I'm gonna be on his show at some point too. He said we got to get you back on the show, and I'm like, that's fine. That's fine. I love Adam Green, so I will talk to Adam Green whenever Adam Green wants to talk to me. Yeah, it was like normal conversation. It was like behaving like a normal fucking person, and like someone who actually like I don't know like someone that's like fucking normal. Like I don't even know what to say. Adam Green has always been the most normal person I know on the internet. Honestly, Adam Green is the best. He is the best, and he looks like a Viking. You're eating a bowl of rice with onions, stuffing, chicken. That sounds actually really fucking good. Yeah, we need an Adam Green stream soon, apparently. We need an Adam Green stream soon. Yeah. Yeah. All right, let me pull up this here call, and let's see if we can get into it yet. We are in it. There's no one else here. So we're just going to wait a second. There are more people joining. We're just going to wait a second. We're literally just going to wait a second. I'm in the meeting, and they obviously can't hear me or anything, but I can see what's okay. Hang on.
Everyone, I'll be chairing this meeting for today. And that means like doing the agenda and everything. We'll give folks a few minutes to join. We'll likely get started a few minutes after 5 Eastern. For those just joining, we'll get started a few minutes after 5 Eastern, a few minutes after the hour.
Okay, Reagan.
Nice to meet everyone. I'm Lexi, she, her pronouns, out of Pittsburgh. Be chairing this meeting today. And yeah, if possible, would encourage folks to come off camera. Obviously makes the conversation a little easier, a little better if you can see folks' faces, but no worries if it's not possible. In the chat, I'm going to drop in a sign-in link for folks. It's just a quick Google form. If folks could fill that out, I'll send it a few more times as we get people trickling in. But obviously fill it out now if you can. We can get started maybe at like 5:03, give folks a few more minutes to join. I'm gonna apologize in advance, by the way, if I have any big coughs. I'll try to mute myself, but I'm just getting over a little bit of a cold and still have a gnarly cough right now. It's been rough. I'm also a big laugher, and laughing really irritates it, so that's not a great combination. For those just joining us, I'm going to redrop the sign-in link in the chat. It's just a quick Google form. Maybe give 1 more minute for folks to join, and then we can get started. And again, if you're just joining us, going to put another appeal out there. If you're able to go on camera, great. If not, no worries. But I think it's always helpful to see folks' faces, especially meetings like this where possible. Excuse me. I think we can get started. So I can kick us off. I'm Lexi. I use she, her pronouns. I'm a member of Socialist Alternative in Pittsburgh. I'm a tech worker. I'm a technology consultant. And yeah, I've been a member of Socialist Alternative for like 6 years. And yeah, I will be chairing this meeting. Essentially what that means is I will be taking stack, which is like our speaking order, just to keep the conversation pretty consistent and have it flow evenly between, you know, people that want to speak for the first time versus folks that want to speak for maybe the third or fourth time. If you're interested in getting on the stack, just put your name in the chat. Excuse me. And I'll just like calling you to speak, mostly in the order that folks come on, but I'll clarify if I'm moving someone up and for what reason. I will, pass it off to a few kind of initial speakers, and then we'll get into a broad discussion where stack will be open. And yeah, if you have any questions, also encourage you to indicate that in your like Zoom message when you're trying to get on stack, just so I can kind of raise you and prioritize that question. So that way we can make sure that folks can answer it. Excuse me. So one more time, I'm gonna just drop that sign-in link into the chat. Make sure you fill out that Google form so we can stay in touch with you and like know who showed up to the meeting. And And yeah, with that, I will pass it off to Morgan to kick us off. And yeah, Morgan, feel free to take it away. If you could give an intro, pronouns, what you do for work, etc., that'd be great.
Yeah, sure. I'm gonna put myself on a timer. So hi, I'm Morgan. He, him. I'm a game designer, and I've worked as a software engineer, been a tech person for a long time. I'm in socialist alternative. I've done things like I was a Bernie canvas captain in 2020, and I've worked on minimum wage struggles and such as well. Did I forget anything? I'm in Oakland. Yeah. All right, cool. Yeah, thanks so much, Lexi. Thanks everyone for coming out to this. Basically, I want to start with January 23rd, which was this year. Working people in Minneapolis went on a general strike against Border Patrol and ICE invading their city. Many people called in sick the next week in solidarity across the country when there was a call made for no work, no school, no shopping. The protests organized for that day were big. In San Francisco, we saw thousands of people, and we saw contingents organized of students walking out. And at my workplace, which is a fully remote one, we organized a small sick out. Some people, there was like a bunch of buzz around this day, and some people were thinking of calling in sick anyway. But by organizing, we made it larger, and we made it more, have more of a statement to it. So far, that strike in Minneapolis on the 23rd has certainly been the biggest blow to Trump's agenda with ICE. Even without fully shutting down the city, it was enough to force Trump to back off significantly in Minneapolis, and has seemingly killed his strategy of doing like mass ICE invasions in targeted cities, at least for now. The struggle against ICE is not at all over. We need ICE abolished. The government is still buying up warehouses around the country to turn into immigrant detention facilities, and the far right groups like the Proud Boys are like signing their members up to join ICE and become ICE agents. Trump's credibility with his base relies on him carrying out mass deportations and terrorizing immigrants in particular, but also he's attacking workers on the left in general. Trump needs division, fear, shock, and awe to maintain his authority. More action like Minneapolis is needed, where organized labor took a stand, often due to pressure from below. For their part, ICE, Border Patrol, and Homeland Security, they rely on mass surveillance technology. For example, flock cameras, license plate readers, even simple databases. These technologies are actually really critical to them to identify and plan their operations. Then in February, Trump took the US into war with Iran. On day one, bombing, within the 24 hours, bombing over 1,000 targets. This is something that was previously impossible until Palantir's project, it's called Maven Smart System, which really accelerated what they call the kill chain, which is basically the amount of time between identifying a target and verifying it has been destroyed. It used to take much longer for them to follow through on this. Even some Palantir employees have recently started wondering if maybe they're working for the bad guys. There was a Wired article that came out on Thursday about this, where they interviewed ex-Palantir employees. They also got access to the internal Slack. Large language models and AI have become integrated into all of these systems. Maybe you all saw the petition last month of Anthropic and Google employees basically demanding that their AI tools not be used for automated killings or for mass surveillance. This war is not only horrific, it's deeply unpopular at home. And it's also proven incredibly short-sighted. It has brought US imperialism into yet another Middle East quagmire that it cannot easily get itself out of. Trump is forced into either cycles of escalation here or a really embarrassing retreat. Tech in general, not just the military tech, but the tech industry is really sort of a cornerstone of growth in the US economy right now. The best performing stocks, called the Magnificent Seven, are tech companies like Google, Meta, Nvidia, and others. And this came out just the other day. Just AI related stocks alone make up 45% now of the S&P 500. That's up from 25% 4 years ago. It's been a rapid increase. Has a lot to do with every tech company adopting AI as a central goal of theirs. In many ways, the economy is hinging on the success of the AI boomer bubble, and a lot is actually riding on the work that people like us, that tech workers, do day to day at our jobs. Something else that's new, relatively speaking, tech CEOs, they like Trump now. That wasn't so much the case back in his first term, but Elon Musk is not the only tech person that sees Trump as an ally, and vice versa. All the tech CEOs now go to these fancy dinners with Trump. They praise him there for his leadership on AI. They certainly appreciate that he doesn't bother with antitrust or anti-monopoly rules anymore. Like, that stuff's just sort of out the window. I'm sure they like that the National Labor Relations Board it's unclear if it exists right now. They like that he's someone you can do a deal with. And they're also, of course, just making a lot of money right now. CEOs seem emboldened right now to fire people in mass with impunity. Layoffs in tech and in the games industry where I work, they've been breaking records in recent years. When are we going to get together and fight back against this? The flip side, of course, of all the money in tech that empowers the CEOs and the investors is that it's people like us who create that wealth. It's time for workers at tech companies to stand up together against ICE, against war, regardless of what the CEO thinks. Realistically, we are going to need to organize independently from management, from the C-suite, from the investors. Do they want to get on Trump's bad side? Not likely. And where are the Democrats? They're failing to put up an opposition because they don't really oppose ICE and they don't really oppose war with Iran. Before the war started, Chuck Schumer was making fun of Trump for tacoing out on combating Iran. Trump always chickens out. It's going to be up to us, regular people, getting organized. And I think that's not a pipe dream. In Minneapolis, it started defensively. People were buying and handing out whistles, right? And they use the whistles to alert people when ICE is nearby. Everyone's joining these signal chats where they can rapidly coordinate impromptu protests if a neighbor is getting kidnapped by ICE. Thousands and thousands of people became involved in block by block, school by school, workplace by workplace, organizing to defend against ICE. But at a certain point, they turned and they went on the offensive. A date was called by the labor movement, and people took it seriously. That was January 23rd. And it showed the power that striking, stopping work, stopping school can have when it's widespread and organized and has a clear demand, in this case, ICE out. So I think May Day, this coming Friday, it's not likely to be at that sort of level, but it is nationwide. It is an opportunity we really should take and that we'd regret missing. The May Day Strong Coalition, so if you go to maydaystrong.org, if you go to that website, it has a map with all these protests around the country, organized in tons of cities, led by major union leaders and other organizations. So what would it take, first of all, for us to plan to take Friday off of work, but also to talk to coworkers about getting a group together to stick out together and contact others at work to do the same? I think Flannery will be talking a little bit more about that concretely in a little bit. When we at my workplace had coworkers call out on January 30th, one of the things that we were struck by is how many people vocally supported what we were doing, like on company Slack and DMs or whatever, even though they personally didn't feel they could take the day off. At most workplaces, we have real challenges overcoming this kind of passive support. Sometimes people lack the confidence to take action. Sometimes people feel, I support that, but I don't see why me personally joining is so important. Talking to them one-on-one and organizing a group action, for example, this Friday, has the potential to overcome these difficulties, either a small step or in some cases, a big leap. And really, organizing is the only way to overcome that. From ICE raids to bombing Iran, actually even to the attempted assassination attempt last night. I'm sure everybody heard about this at the Correspondents' Dinner. This is kind of just the direction capitalism is going in now. Not just in the US with our right-wing authoritarian president, but globally. The US is not the only country investing heavily in military spending in preparation for upcoming conflicts and wars. That's everywhere, you know. There's the genocide in Gaza. There's the threat of AI job losses. There's the Strait of Hormuz oil crisis that's still impending, and of course this month we had record heat wave in the U.S. Because of climate change. Everyone these days hates capitalism, but what are we going to do about it? Socialists like me say, let's start getting organized for a fight against these CEOs, against Trump. Let's stop our software from getting into the hands of the military. Let's put an end to mass surveillance. Let's force these executives to downsize their own pay and take account for their own poor decisions rather than laying off our coworkers. Let's win unions in tech. Ultimately, let's fight for a world where technology is used to free up time, shorten the work week, raise living standards for art, for entertainment, for everyone's benefit, to reduce inequality rather than further lining the pockets of the richest people on the planet. So yeah, thank you very much. I'm really excited to hear from the other speakers and hear from everybody in the discussion after that.
Great. Thank you, Morgan. Excuse me. Next up, we're going to have Juan. If you want to, come into the discussion, introduce yourself, and take it away.
Thank you, and thanks for both Lexi and Morgan for all that you shared. My name's Juan. He, him pronouns. I live in the Bay Area. I've been a hardware test engineer here for the last 11 years now. And I've been involved in local, national organizing around racial and socioeconomic justice for some time with Surge, showing up for racial justice, DSA, and Bay Resistance here in the Bay locally. And then I got involved with TWC Tech Workers Coalition, which I will be talking about right now, actually just last year. The reason I got involved with Tech Workers Coalition was because I was showing up to these sort of organizing spaces, and very frequently we were talking about, hey, these tech companies, as Morgan just called out, sort of like are kind of running things, and they're kind of upholding the current administration, and they're often not just like sort of accepting it, but they're literally the key pieces behind it. And I found myself in these discussions and finding, like, I was one of the few tech workers there, and finding that I was like, surely there are more people in the Bay Area or somewhere that are interested in organizing tech workers around this. And lo and behold, I found Tech Workers Coalition, which was very exciting for me. So Tech Workers Coalition, I'll talk you through a little bit of what it's all about. It's an international network of tech workers that are effectively focused on building worker power and dignity through community, training, political education, various different other works. And ultimately with the core vision, I think, that is shared by the entire network is a world where technology is created and governed collectively, serving the needs of all people and all life, and not just the interests of a privileged few of those in charge. TechWorks Coalition itself was born in 2014, actually at Google in the Bay Area, where programmers joined a strike with cafeteria workers. And that kind of spirit has continued throughout. Like, Tech Workers Coalition is not just a group of people who are software engineers or programmers. It is explicitly people who work in tech, right? So the whole point is that sort of cross-role organizing is intentional and core to what we do. And we see that as a huge benefit of like this coalition and the work that we do. The way that TWC is structured is we have local chapters. There is a global sort of body, but there's local chapters in cities all across the world. Like, there's a Berlin chapter, there's one, I think it's in Rome, New York, the Bay Area. There's quite a lot. I'll share the website later where you can see based on where you are. But really, while there is like global trainings and materials and meetings that come up, most of the work is done and driven by the sort of the local chapter. Basically, because every local chapter has a specific area that it makes sense to focus on, so they drive the direction and the work. So I'll speak to a little bit about what Tech Workers Coalition does in the Bay Area briefly, but you can really expect very similar models kind of across the board here. So we're in Tech Workers in the Bay Area. We're focused on a couple areas here. So one big one is just generally trying to help for like people organize in their workplace. That doesn't necessarily mean unionizing. It can mean just getting to know your coworkers, understanding where your coworkers are with specific issues. Maybe union is like a stretch and a complicated thing, but maybe a petition is something more reasonable that you can start with, and like that can be quite effective, right? Maybe it's something around AI use in the workplace, right? And again, just like starting to helping people build that worker power and making people realizing that tech workers are also workers, and that building that worker power and solidarity is important in order to sort of push back against both the macro scale things and the micro scale things in the workplace. So that's a big piece of the work that we do. It's like getting people into Tech Workers Coalition, sort of some base building and engagement, and keeping people involved and like sort of helping other folks organize within the workplace with trainings, materials, whatever is needed. Then we work very closely with partner orgs in the area. So, in the Bay Area, we work with like Bay Resistance. We'll work with DSASF. We will work with like basically any organization that is doing something where we think, hey, having tech workers there, literally just physically present or supporting in a specific way that uses their skill sets is going to be just a positive experience for both groups. So we have people sort of plugged in a bunch of different organizations and being like, oh, that's an interesting opportunity. Maybe let's go help out with that. And then we have like 3 sort of specific working groups that are meeting pretty regularly. One around, very relevant to what Morgan was talking about, around militarism and surveillance. So this is sort of a group that is focused on what things are going on in the Bay Area that are tied to the militarism, both abroad and also in the US, and the surveillance that is going on. So, which is actually a lot, because the Bay Area has like Palantir, for example, is actually in Palo Alto and in the peninsula. And then we've also have quite a lot of, for example, Flock was also brought up. There's a lot of Flock contracts. So the militarism surveillance working group is essentially just working together with other organizations similarly. For example, we worked with APTP on the block process, so that we tried to get as many people to Oakland, to Alameda, to Berkeley, to the city hall meetings where Flock contracts are being renewed, like that kind of sort of work. So we discuss that, we drive the direction for that kind of working group. There's a working group around political education, which is effectively just how do we effectively politicize as many people as possible who are already kind of what Morgan called out is like in agreement with the things we are kind of discussing, but maybe they're not as involved. So that's another opportunity. Like people can get involved if you're interested in, like if you have teaching experience and you want to talk about these things, help build curriculums, like there's a lot of opportunities there. And then we have a mutual aid group, which is intentionally set up for, hey, there's been quite a lot of layoffs in tech. There's unfortunately going to continue to be quite a lot of layoffs in tech, given where things are at. And how do we build sort of a mutual aid network so that other tech workers can find other jobs, can get support they need, legal support, whatever is necessary. So try to connect people to that. So that's kind of what TOC Bay Area is focused on. You could plug into any of these things. And again, if you're not in the Bay Area, there are similar chapters elsewhere that are doing very similar work. And then just to plug the last thing that Morgan was calling out on May Day. May Day is a great example of one where like multiple of these groups kind of work together, right? We worked very closely with Bay Resistance here and a couple other orgs to work on the May Day rally in San Francisco, like figuring out the itinerary and stuff. Like we showed up to coalition meetings, and then we did a few political education events. We did a book club, and then we did an AI workers inquiry leading up to this. So that's sort of, I think that's like a build up to May Day that were related to May Day, and like a lot of tie-ins to sort of worker organizing and worker solidarity for International Workers' Day. And then similarly did a lot of like outreach to individuals one-on-one to sort of figure out like, hey, would you be interested in coming to this event? Like you've been involved, we have a Slack. So like, hey, you've been involved in this, maybe you are interested, and you can take a day off, or you can maybe not take the full day off, but definitely like walk out around 2 when we're going to have the rally, so that you can like, and is there any way that you have like, oh, we have enough workers, as Morgan was calling out, like to actually make this into an impactful thing where it's like, we're making a statement even, right? So that's kind of what we've been focusing on May Day. So it kind of is like working through across all these areas. And yeah, that's what Tech Workers Coalition is. and happy to talk more about it if people have questions later. Yeah.
Great, thank you, Juan. Cool. Okay, so moving over then, we're gonna have a brief political introduction by Flannery, and then following Flannery's contribution, we'll open the discussion up for everyone to contribute. So again, if you'd like to do so, please get on Stack, and again, indicate if you have a question, just so we can prioritize getting that answered. Yeah, to give Flannery just like a brief introduction. Flannery is a member of Socialist Alternative in Minneapolis, where she helped organize with Target workers who walked off the job on January 23rd, which was, as Morgan mentioned, as Juan mentioned, this historic general strike in Minneapolis against the ICE invasion of Minneapolis. And so she's going to talk about how Target workers who are not unionized got organized in the run-up to that general strike. So Flannery, please feel free to take it away. And yeah, let me know. I'll send you a PM when you hit like 5 minutes and, to 10.
Great, thank you. I'm Flannery. I'm from Minneapolis. I've been a member of Socialist Alternative for about a year now. I was involved with helping some Target workers get organized leading up to the strike. I personally work in a research lab, but a couple of comrades came up to me and were kind of proposing a project to go talk to some Target workers about the strike. It was about like a week before the strike, and it actually started in a Richfield Target where an employee was abducted by ICE, or two employees were abducted by ICE in the middle of their shifts, and they were actually dropped off at a random Walmart just a few hours later. It was very horrific. It was in the news and a lot of people were talking about it. So we figured that this was kind of a good opportunity to kind of figure out where people are at in terms of the strike, to see if we can, maybe persuade some Target workers to take the strike more seriously and organize amongst themselves. So we started at the Richfield Target, and it seemed like most Target workers had heard of the strike and were kind of silently planning on participating, but there didn't seem to be any organized effort amongst any of the Target employees to kind of communicate with other employees to get a collective action going. So we kind of we had the idea of having an organizing meeting to kind of inform people on how to organize a sick out so that there would be less retaliation. Because if you're all striking together, you're much more protected than if it's just individuals striking. So Socialist Alternative hosted an event explaining the steps to organize a sick out, and we were handing out flyers in these Targets. We ended up going to a few Targets, one of them being the Dinkytown Target, which is a Target located in the middle of a university campus that's kind of smaller scale than most Targets. And when we were talking to a few of those workers, we had a lot of interest from one particular worker who expressed wanting to get the whole store shut down. She was very adamant about organizing, and her and one other person from her store ended up attending our event on how to organize a sick out. And I think overall, the Target employees who did attend found it to be very informative. And I stayed in contact with that one Target worker and let her know if she needed any support in organizing, but she seemed to really just take our steps to heart and start organizing amongst her workers. So first, what she did was she built a core team. So she communicated with some employees who she knew would be either had already kind of expressed an interest or she figured would be interested in striking. And these are the people that you work with, so that you don't have to be the sole person to talk to every single employee, because if you're planning on organizing your entire workplace alone, that's very daunting and not super realistic. So once you have 3 or 4 people who can work with you and get in charge of talking amongst everyone, it can make it a lot easier. So what her and her coworkers did was they planned out all the employees they wanted to talk to. They left out I think it was two who they knew would not be supportive, and they didn't talk to any managers either. But they made a list of everyone that they wanted to strike, and then they delegated that amongst themselves, like who was going to talk to who. And that ended up working out really well because all the employees that they talked to ended up agreeing to strike and call in sick. Some of them were initially hesitant, but once you have a decent amount of people, that the support seems to be much easier to get. So the few that were hesitant at the end, once they realized that everyone was going to be doing it, it was a lot easier for them to say, yeah, I'll be striking as well. So another thing that they did was they planned a meeting outside of work to talk about what they were planning on doing. Sorry. They planned a meeting outside of work to talk about what they would be doing, like if there's any retaliation, how they would respond. They planned on, really backing each other. They wouldn't, and no one would tell management what they were doing. The plan was everyone was just going to call in sick, and no one was going to say why, because we actually have a rule in Minnesota where if you call in sick for one day, your employer is legally not allowed to ask you why the reason for that is. So they use that to their advantage. I think they also used another technique where if one person was uncomfortable with striking, but then they switched shifts with someone who was comfortable with striking. So that was another technique they used. But they invited me to the meeting where they met outside of work, and it was really inspiring to see how everyone had kind of come together to organize. And then on the day of the strike, a lot of them made specific signs indicating that they were target workers together on strike, and they all met up at a certain spot at the protest. And I met up with them for a little bit, and yeah, it was really cool to see what they were able to do. I think overall it was 21 out of 23 target workers called in sick, and this is excluding the two that they decided would not be safe to talk to about this. And then there was management. And I think, unfortunately, they were able to keep the store open, but I think someone looked in and saw an HR manager running the cash register. So it was definitely very bare bones. And eventually we did hold protests at the specific target, and we did get them to shut down for at least half a day because of our protests. So overall, very successful story. I know I have a friend who's a Starbucks worker who was able to get their entire store shut down using the same techniques. So what I would say is it's very important to talk to your coworkers and take it seriously, because a lot of people will hear about a strike, but no one will actually do anything unless there's an initiator within the workforce that is saying, okay, we're all going to do this together. Most people don't really, they're generally supportive, but won't take the strike seriously unless there's some kind of coordinated effort. So yeah, that's all I have to say, but thank you for listening.
Great timing. So with that, we'll head into our main bulk of time, which will be just a broad discussion. If folks have particular questions, thoughts on anything that Morgan, Juan, or Flannery have shared, or like their own thoughts, please feel free to come in. I think it's also very fair to come in with thoughts and perspectives on your own workplaces. I think it's a safe assumption that we all come from different workplaces, face different forms of oppression from our workplaces. So if you want to come in to talk about that, please feel free to do so as well. Stack is open. Claudio, you can go ahead.
Cool. My name is Claudio, he, him. I'm actually a member of Socialist Alternative in Minneapolis. And I had a question about, so I'm at Target, and there's literally 52,000 people in our Slack group, which is like, oh, I just want to like go into the, I just want to like at here and like, and say I want to just like shout from the rooftop, like everybody come join, whatever. But like, I obviously can't do that. And so my question is like, what have folks' experience has been with this? Basically, we're working remote, and we are siloed into small teams, and we are not supposed to use Slack to organize. Just so some ideas of overcoming those hurdles.
Yeah, great questions. I think a lot of us probably share that same struggle. Yeah, if anyone has any additional questions or, thoughts and responses to that. Yeah, Jonathan, you can go ahead.
I'm Jonathan Wright, he, him in Baltimore. I'm Socialist Alternative adjacent. My brother is an official member. I work remotely for a university down in Alabama. And so kind of, what Claudia was saying is how, I guess strikes or walkouts are a little bit different for us. It's something new that obviously 50, 20 years ago, we weren't siloed all over the world like this. And I guess it's kind of a loaded question, but how we can be effective, because I can take off work. I'm going to take off work sick on Friday, but, feeling like that's not really effective I don't know about my coworkers down in Alabama. I don't know what their political affiliations are. I don't really, you know what I'm saying? It's difficult to feel like you're having an effect on the outcome, if that makes any sense. Especially since we're all remote. So basically, just adding on to what Claudio said.
Yeah, that kind of sense of like alienation between everyone working remotely and within ourselves, and kind of seeing that impact that we're having. Juan, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I don't hold many answers for this, to be honest. It is harder, I think, for organizing when it comes to when folks are remote. I think that's the experience that I've seen. What I will say that generally, like when it comes to workplace organizing, a good order seems to be generally to start by to map your coworkers to some degree, like Claudio and Jonathan, in your cases, both of your cases as well, as like understanding, even in this group, like, Jonathan, you were calling, it's like, you don't know the political affiliations of some of these other people. It's like trying to understand, or like where other people are at. Because you're right, like it's possible that some people are not going to be organizable, and that's fine. And they're not likely worth your immediate time, unless that's the only category of people. But I think there's like mapping out the people. It's like, hey, these are the people that I know that I know about, or like have relationships with of any kind, even if it's through meetings, and you could call potentially even. But just what are they worried about? Like, what do they care about in the workplace? Do they care about specific workplace topics, or do they also care about some macro things that your work is related to? So I think like that mapping work is always a good place to start. Whether that's remote or local, though, yes, unfortunately, like local, I would always say like, oh, just try to have in-person conversations. But if it's remote, it's much harder. And And it is work. Like it is like, you know, from now to May Day this year, right? You might not be able to organize a bunch of people that you don't know already, right? That you have not developed relationships with. But it's a good starting point. And like, if this is a trigger for a good starting point to do that workplace organizing, then that's a win nonetheless. And then just another thing, Jonathan, to your point on the sort of May Day, like you yourself and only yourself calling out sick. Like, yes, ideally, obviously, we can get as many people as we know, coworkers and also friends and family to call out sick. But even then, it is just, I think for me, so much of May Day and just generally some of these like strike actions that have happened around the current administration is also rebuilding this muscle as a society. I think we've strayed so far from just like the concept of a strike and the idea that we have any power whatsoever when it comes to sort of shutting things down, that yes, one day is not going to like change the current administration, but it will send a message, and it also will prepare us for if things get worse, which they might, right? And you know, like come November in the elections, they decide to shut down election like polling locations. Well, then now we have evidence and practice of at least trying this out, trying to reach out to people and being like, okay, this was hard, this was easy. So I would say yes. I know it might feel like one day is not like one day, one person, or one day a few people is not like, oh, well, that's not going to change the direction of this country. It's definitely restarting to build the muscle in my mind, and I think preparing us for, unfortunately, probably needing to do this again in a larger scale. So I'm not sure if that answers it, but that's what I had in mind.
Yeah, I may come in on these questions because I definitely think it's hard to feel like you're like, I'm also calling out sick this Friday. And it's hard to feel like, you know, you're directly making an impact if like I am just one worker in a broader team, in a broader company that is like an international company. So like, what is me immediately calling out sick doing? And I think it's like two things. I think one, it's like, okay, like you're calling out sick, but like, what are you doing with that time that you're not working? Are you going out and going to a May Day protest, which I know I'll be doing? And you know, that protest doesn't start till 5. So like beforehand, I'm going to be helping organize for that protest and getting things together for it. Similarly, I know that there are, at least in Pittsburgh, student walkouts that are happening that same day. So, you know, like helping participate or organize in those, and making those connections as well, I think is important. So beyond then also like what you're doing with that immediate time, it's also like, you know, joining up in an organization and finding that broader organization around yourself, whether that be, you know, through like tangentially involved in Socialist Alternative or another organization, or, you know, the Tech Workers Coalition or some other organization, period. I think joining in a broader movement beyond kind of this one day of action is huge, and is ultimately like what's more important than kind of the one day thing is, I think, you know, like Juan mentioned, we are going to have to do this again. We're going to have to do this bigger and better every year. And I think, you know, this one day isn't going to make, I mean, it might, and I hope it does make like a huge impact. But I think what's going to make a bigger impact is, you know, actually getting organized and getting like momentum behind it. Especially as we head into the summer and people are starting to, you know, go out and do things. Getting organized is going to be so important, and also personally really helps with that feeling of like alienation and feeling like, oh my God, I'm like so isolated. Like I also work from home remotely. No one I work with is in Pittsburgh, or even like mostly even in the same time zone. So it's hard to feel that connection, but through being organized, I feel that broader sense of connection and community, which helps me stay sane. So I will stop there. We have Erin on stack. You can go ahead, Erin.
Hey, yeah, thanks for the discussion, everybody. I am not actually a tech worker, but I was once a tech worker quite a while ago, before I got laid off. And then I did a career change. But yeah, I mean, I think like with so many workers working remote that, you know, there's kind of like, you know, we need to have like creativity and find new methods and strategies of getting organized when people are, you know, in tons of different places. I think maybe at the end of the discussion, Morgan might come back in, and maybe he can talk a little bit about how he worked in a totally remote workplace to, organize a small sick out at his company. And the other thing that I thought of was, I think it was back in 2018, there was a walkout at Google around sexual harassment. It was kind of like one of the few like workplace actions that was part of the Me Too movement that was going on at that time. I'm not sure if I have the year right, but I think it was somewhere around there. And of course, that was before remote work became this, very normalized thing. So people were in the offices, so that, it wasn't exactly the same challenges that that a lot of remote workers are facing now. But they, do have offices all over the world. And so they had this kind of like rolling walkout kind of thing where everybody walked out, and I think that had a really, that made it like more newsworthy and, more attention getting, that it was like international and kind of like rolling across an entire day all around the world. So, I know during COVID, people did more stuff on Zoom. Maybe you had like lunch with people kind of on Zoom, or you got drinks with someone on Zoom, just because of the, restrictions and the health, public health situation at that time. I don't know if that's something that, could begin to become a little bit more normalized in your company or workplace, right? Because that's kind of what it takes, is being able to have like one-on-one conversations, to talk to people, see where they're at politically, and try and convince them that they should, join an organized group of tech workers to fight back against Trump and the right-wing turn that big tech is taking, and, workers' software being used in warfare, for example, and, like all the stuff that, that I think a lot of ordinary people want to fight against, that's going on right now. Yeah, I'll just finish up there. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Erin. Next up, we have Jack on stack. You can go ahead.
Hey folks, I'm Jack. I work as a developer in consumer electronics in Boston, and I've had some success in talking about this stuff with my coworkers. So I just wanted to talk about how to get started on that. I think I wouldn't say huge success. A number of them promised me that they would be here at this Zoom, but they're not. So, but that's okay, because I get to see them tomorrow and shame them. I think the key is to really start with political discussions at work, which sounds daunting, but it's not that hard. Like, let's say, for example, you're trying to figure out if someone likes the TV show Firefly, right? You just drop a few references and you take it from there. So that's what you do, right? Point out some bullshit and see what people think. And these days, with tech CEOs openly sharing their political views, I think that makes them fair game. If our bosses can share their political views, why can't we, right? And I think, for example, like Morgan had said that it seems like CEOs have turned towards liking Trump now. I feel like they've kind of always liked a lot of this right-wing stuff, but they've just been kept it like under wraps, because if folks remember during 2016 or even before, like there was a lot of like manosphere red pill stuff being pushed by YouTube, being pushed by the algorithm, and people are saying, oh, it's the engagements, whatever, blaming it on other stuff. But it's very clear to me, at least, that there's a direct line between the promotion of these corporate-owned social media, platforms of this content, and kind of the world that we have today in terms of consciousness. I think because tech is, it pays better than a lot of other jobs. It tends to be a magnet for diversity of all kinds, and so you get people from all over the place at your workplace. Like at my office, even though I'm in Boston, there's a lot of folks who come from the South, who kind of pack their bags and move to Boston for a better job. There's folks from around the world, from India, from China, that are actually going to leave the U.S. permanently come summer, because Trump has jacked up the price of an H-1B visa to $100,000 for the visa, and so the company's not going to sponsor them anymore. And so a a lot of our projects are actually going to be wound down because we don't have the staff to kind of actually keep things going. These are things that kind of are just entry points that are impacting working people in tech all the time. That you can just kind of like open up, as a way for discussing about what's happening politically, what's happening with ICE and with the war in Iran and so on. At larger companies, there's also going to be more employee resources. Like at my workplace, there's these ERGs. They're basically like employee clubs that were formed kind of out of the Black Lives Matter movement. They're kind of grouped around like identity, for example. And I think these kinds of clubs are where I think you can where there's more free discussion. There might be, it might not just be a club for around identity. It could be a club for younger employees, a club for employees at a certain stage of their life. I think looking for those kinds of environments to kind of is a great way to talk to people. It's kind of like a virtual break room where you can talk more about things. But I think if once you get to know your coworkers politically, I think any sort of organizing definitely has to be done off of Slack. What I do is I just drop some hints and give people my phone number, and usually I get a text right away. And once you have their phone number, you can just kind of talk to them pretty freely. And yeah, I think maybe I might be the only one who's gonna stick out come May Day. I'm not sure, but even so, I think I've told enough people like about May Day and what to do that if I call out sick. So like, I'm not going to tell my boss why I'm going to call out sick because that would just be stupid. It's just me, right? But if but like all my coworkers are going to know, and so I think that itself is a pretty good first step for building something much kind of stronger later. And I want to end with kind of back in like 2016, there was the Women's March. I used to work at TripAdvisor back then. I remember like a lot of us would actually kind of get on buses and go down to DC. It was all employee like organized. This kind of stuff has happened in like the recent past that people can remember. So it's not completely new territory. Folks might remember the Wayfair protest against ICE in I think 2018 or something like that, and also the Google walkouts around Me Too. So our industry has a history of this kind of stuff. It's just that right now, I think, given the the extreme repression around certain protests around Palestine, for example, like people might be a bit afraid to get involved. But I think that like latent energy and that latent desire to change the world has always been there.
Yeah, great contribution, Jack. Excuse me. Next up, we have Sarah. You can go ahead, Sarah.
Hi, yeah. I'm Sarah. I live in Philadelphia. And sorry for not having my camera on. I'm actually driving right now. Hopefully you guys can hear me. But yeah, I wanted to second what Jack was saying about the like ERGs, employee resource groups or whatever they're called. I have that at my company, which is like a small to medium sized tech firm, but like we have one for like women and genderqueer people, I guess. And like a few years ago, one of my coworkers, I think maybe because she happens to be Persian, she decided to dedicate one of the like women's ERG meetings to be about the woman life freedom movement in Iran that was happening at the time. And like that just like opened the door up to have a political conversations with my coworkers in a way that had never really felt like an option before. And nothing really came out of that, for me, but it just made me feel like, oh, there are ways to just talk about stuff at work. Like you can just bring up stuff that's happening in the news and, you want to be cautious about it at first, but you can kind of start to see where people fall and like figure out who you can have more conversations with. And like I have one coworker who I started having political conversations with, and so we started like texting, outside of work, off of work platforms, and they were, they live in London, but I have found out they were going to like protests against the genocide in Gaza, and so we started talking about that. And then there was that list that came out like from the UN or something about like a bunch of different like large corporations that are like somehow involved in the genocide in Gaza. And so we noticed like a handful of those companies had like deals with our company, and like my job has nothing to do with like the arms industry at all, but like it would just be stuff like they have ads on our website or stuff like that. But we started talking about like, oh, what if we like, is there anything we could do to get back against our company doing business with these corporations that are like aiding the genocide? And so me and that coworker came up with a plan to talk to a few more coworkers and see if other people were, if we could find other people that were angry about this, then maybe we could do something like a petition. And it really didn't pan out because we each talked to like one or two people, and we weren't finding people that were as upset about it as we were, unfortunately. So that didn't really go anywhere. But just to say that like there are ways to start conversations, and like maybe at a different moment, or if we talked to some, additional people, we would have found people and that really could have taken off. So that's something I'm kind of always on the lookout for, is like those little kernels of moments where people are interested in talking about politics. And, when you can get somebody's contact info to just like chat outside of work, there's a world of possibilities. I haven't like really done a lot of successful organizing at my job yet, but yeah, I think there's always a chance to find other people who are down.
Yeah, great contribution, Sarah. And I think too, like, I wouldn't even consider that a failure necessarily, because ultimately, even though nothing immediately came from it, you still kind of position yourself to those coworkers as like, if something does pop off, you're hopefully going to be the first person that they want to talk to about getting organized or doing something about it. And I think like spreading those seeds in and of itself is a really huge win. And especially in again, a very like isolated and like online, and you have to break that barrier in the first place of getting their phone number to be able to message separately. That's like a huge win. So awesome. All right, we have an open stack, plenty of time left for conversation. If anyone has any questions or thoughts. I think if anyone would like to talk through like any particular obstacles that they're facing, similar to the questions that were raised before, that is different in your workplace that you'd want to talk through, please come in. Bray, you can go ahead.
Am I on the right microphone? You can hear me?
It's a little quiet. I can hear you, but it's...
Let's speak up. Sometimes it doesn't work properly. Yeah, Bray Almini, principal software engineer at Extreme Reach, very large international ad tech company. People. Anyways, I wanted to kind of share like I feel very similarly with the fully remote situation that I think a lot of other people are talking about. We had an office at one point here in the Bay Area, and at one point I felt like we could have a discussion like that with my coworkers, and there was also a lot more of us in the Bay Area at the time, but we were fairly liberal-minded, although there were many things that we were all standing up for and doing anything about, but you can kind of get that gist from the group. But as COVID shut down a lot of offices, as my company stopped hiring the more expensive California employees and started hiring elsewhere out of the country, et cetera, yeah, the community is definitely like shrank. And at this point, I'm one of 3 software engineers in the Bay Area, and I keep in touch with the 2 that I have, and we try to do what we can where we can. If there's something they're like call in sick for, we'll say like, hey, I might not be here for reasons, and they all kind of get the gist. But yeah, I mean, it does feel like small impact, and doesn't feel like there's a ton that's really happening. All you really can do, in my opinion, is just all you really are able to do. If other people aren't comfortable doing it, or or whatever, or that's kind of on them, and that's how it goes. Although I do feel it is disappointing trying to get support on these things from people that you don't know terribly well, but you feel like they should be interested in the cause of it. For instance, a lot of our employees are not originally U.S. citizens, or they're here on H-1B visa, or things where like I feel like if we talked about ICE and if I brought it up in a conversation, I feel like I get a lot of head nods, but I have no idea where they stand politically on this sort of thing. So I feel a little iffy about reaching out to somebody that I've only really spoken to about business things to say like, hey, this is what we're doing and we should be doing this, and this is really benefiting all of us, including you, especially people in your situation. Where do you feel about this, and are you in support? Are you willing to bandwagon with everybody? But yeah, there's like no speak about this sort of thing anymore now that it's fully developed. It is very frustrating. It's hard to get a read on anybody about this stuff over camera, remote, anything. I mean, everyone has different backgrounds, and you can't just assume. But it can be hopeful. Separate to all of that, I'm not really sure where I stand on how to deal with these sort of things that are happening with ICE, with the government at my own company. Back into one of the things I said in the intro, I work in ad tech, and I deal with tracking ads on anything on the internet. And I wrote most of the software for that sort of thing, and I've been there for 13 years and built it from the ground up. So it came as a huge disappointment to me when I was looking through all of the list of all of the companies that I work through that some of them are from ICE, and I didn't know what to do with that information. And like, I have a couple of trusted people in the company. I was like, this makes me sick to see this, that we're accepting money and running these ads, yet I don't know who to go to about this. Like, all I can do is just be bothered and just upset. And everyone that I did speak to that I felt I was able to talk to were like, yeah, we're just kind of burying our head in the sand. We don't know what to do about it either. But the fact we ran 1 billion ads for ICE and accepted $30 million in ad revenue from them is just it kind of keeps me up. Like, and I was like ready to walk on that. But the thing is, like, if I'm gonna walk on it, like, nobody knows why, because we don't talk about this sort of stuff. And it also felt like, what would be the point of all of that? So yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to do in that sort of situation. It's just you are complicit until you do something. Be a squeaky wheel, work slower, refuse to pick up tickets that are involving certain things. I don't know. It's a tough situation to be in, because I mean, I think that we all we're all taking employment because we have to work, and then I don't want to like have to go try and find something else because I disagree with something, because I might just disagree with something at my next job. Like, what do you do with it? So that was more of a rant, not really anything that I have to offer about things, but yeah, it's just it's a tough situation to be in. They're remote, and also you're seeing your company do something that's just rotten. I don't think they used to be, or I don't think the company would have done 10 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, I think too, like, the precarity of tech work right now is a huge factor. So I think it's a matter of recognizing the role that we can play as an individual versus what impact we can have when we get organized on a broader scale, both in our workplaces and beyond. Yeah, we have an open stack. I think if other folks have questions or thoughts on their like individual workplaces, I think definitely come in on that. I think too, another kind of good thing we can talk about that has been a little bit like touched on from different people's contributions is, yeah, like the role tech plays in the economy, the role tech plays for ICE or for Palantir and AI and Flock, which like I know Morgan mentioned a bit, and the role tech plays in the broader economy and like the position that we are in as tech workers. Yeah, definitely feel free to come in on broader thoughts around that. Jonathan, you can go ahead.
So I can't speak to exactly what the name of the organization is or whether it was ChatGPT or one of those, but I know there is a broader movement to more or less infect some of these they call them LLMs with viruses. I don't know if anybody has read any of this. That's basically causing these AI agents to just self-destruct that slowly over time. Has anybody heard about this? No. I don't know what the organization is that's doing it. And I know that's probably more of an offensive long-term discussion about, like, beyond just collective action and protesting. That's more of a taking the fight directly to them. But anyway, I just wanted to mention that there is some group out there that's doing that kind of work, black hat type of stuff.
Yeah, I haven't heard about that at all, but I don't know if anyone else has. And I think too, with individual actions like that, whether that be, like big in-person actions or, the more virtual attacks, I think any kind of really offensive strategy or like illegal, I'm sure it is legal strategy like that, like I think in terms of Socialist Alternative's position on it, we see those tactics as being ones that we can and should only take up if like the broader working class is behind it. So in terms of that particular strategy, I'm not aware of too much of what it is or who's really behind it, but just wanted to kind of make that clarification on Socialist Alternative's part. Any final questions or thoughts from folks before we head into the sum ups by our kind of lead off folks? And just a reminder too, before we head into the sum ups, just want to plug the sign-in sheet just one more time. Dropping that form back in the chat. If you haven't filled it out already, if you could do so, that'd be much appreciated. Cool. If no final thoughts, maybe we can go to Juan for the first sum up, and then we'll wrap it out with Morgan. Flannery did have to drop, so she doesn't get a sum up. But Juan, if you want to give any final thoughts, and then we'll go over to Morgan to round us out.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks you all for organizing this and inviting me. I actually really got a lot from hearing from folks, and yeah, I just messaged our group around the sort of remote work side of things, because I think I personally am working in person, so I have personally less experience with this, but I know this is a thing that is not an uncommon experience. So I definitely want to personally follow up on that, because I do want to have better answers for that kind of thing in the future. And then and I think more than anything, I'll share the TechWorks Coalition website, but I think especially for people who are feeling this sort of disconnect from workers and having a hard time, just like having any kind of organizing home. Organizing home is important. Like, just so that you can have other people to talk to about these things, have any kind of solidarity, whatever organizing home like best suits your personal taste. There are so many of them, and they're all working together. Like, I'm here because Morgan invited someone, we invited TechWorks Coalition. Like, it's not, even though there are many organizations, it's a lot of collaboration. So literally any opportunity you can to find a org that you are excited to show up with and connect with people, I think will go a long way with sort of that feeling. And then, I just, in terms of if you are in the Bay Area, I'm happy to follow up or I'll send you the link to sign up, and absolutely encourage people to not just call in sick or not just go to work on May Day, but also try to join in any of the actions that are around, because there's plenty in the link that I shared, the maydaystrong.org. But very excited to get to chat with you all. And I know it's difficult times, but it is comforting to see other people in these calls talking about these problems. So thanks.
100%. All right, Morgan, take it away.
Yeah. Wow. Thanks everyone for a great discussion. Lots of good questions, and situations that different people are in. I think I wanted to double down on some things Flannery said. One thing was lots of people are supportive, but somebody needs to initiate the action. This is really common. You'll see this in a lot of workplaces. And I think the good thing about that is that you might actually be surprised to find out who's enthusiastic once somebody actually pitches it and says, let's do this, and the other thing Flannery said that I want to double down on is that the first step is often getting a little group together. I think that's something we found to be true at my workplace, and also in organizing more broadly. You can't do it all alone, and everybody you work, people you work with will bring ideas that you didn't think of. It's not just about capacity; it's also about the plan and what we're going to actually do. Aaron made the point that we need to be creative with remote work. I think it's right. That's right. Like, I don't know if anybody knows, like, how many organizations have been built of remote workers. I think it's a pretty small number. This has only really been highly relevant for a handful of years, and let's figure this out. So, a couple concrete things that we've found in where I work. If people are siloed, they work on different projects, you're often only with a small group, find every opportunity where you're not just in that situation and use it. So for us, that's meant on-sites or off-sites or whatever. Sometimes companies will plan these, and it's a great opportunity. It's so much easier to casually talk politics and to not feel like the employer is watching everything you say. But also, like, one of the things we did was there was a layoff, and we tried to get a petition together that didn't quite work out. So instead, we made a post on the HR Slack asking a question about our policy over employment with some like complaints, like with some real agitation, I guess you'd call it, and then, like, you watch the Slack emojis roll in, and you talk to the people who reacted positively, or the people who commented, especially people who felt confident enough to actually comment in support. Similarly, if there's an all-hands meeting, the CEO or whoever says something absurd, and there's a flurry of chat. Who are those people chatting? What are they saying? And then ultimately, though, we have to contact those people one-on-one. There's a certain point where it's like, okay, I think this person might be interesting to talk to. We have to actually do a sort of a cold reach out, maybe. But you can do that. And something that is very common. I do wonder if the company looks at my Slack messages, but if they do, they might say a bunch of things that are like, hey, I want to talk to you about a work thing off of Slack. Can I get your Discord? Like, that's a very common message I have with people. And Discord, we've learned not to use it to make a big group chat that stays around for a long time. It's a little bit risky to do that. But one-on-ones, like one-on-one on Discord or small group chats or text message or whatever. So yeah, Juan talked about how organizing is like a muscle, and I think that's right. Part of I think, yeah, I hope to see a lot of you people, if you're in the Bay Area, maybe on Friday at a protest, or if you're not in the Bay Area, like in solidarity. But Friday, I think, is an opportunity in that way to start to build that muscle. In a lot of workplaces, it doesn't exist. The muscle doesn't exist yet. It has to be built. But that's okay. Like, the first step is, and the point of the muscle analogy is that you build it through using it. So I think that's really good. A couple other quick things, if the chair will excuse me taking a bit of time. Okay. So I just wanted to concretely give some specific things we've used for starting conversations at work, like, in case it's useful to you. So AI usage at work, AI policy, AI mandates. People want to talk about this for a lot of different reasons. It's a great thing to, like, start conversations around, especially if a new policy is announced or something like this. Return to office. Is that a threat? Is it not a threat? Do people want to do it? Do they not want to do it? You know, is it secretly a way for them to fire a lot of people with a good excuse? Yeah, I think that's been a good one. And then just like the company does something controversial that pisses people off, it's always an opportunity to talk about it. I want to very quickly finish with like, Bray shared their situation. I think like it's not the easiest situation. It doesn't sound like the easiest situation to organize. The example with ad tech where, you know, you put out millions or billions of ads, how can you like walk out over one? I think a lot of people will think that way, you know, and there are people who have like a red line on that. And but I think for a lot of people you get, you know, maybe it's like a little bit more right wing, like maybe you're just doing ads for the Republicans, or maybe, I don't know, you know what I mean? Like there's a wide range, and it's really hard for someone working there to sort of be like, this is too far, this is too far, this is too far, whatever it is. I think what that means in my mind is that, is there something less committed than a sick out, or is there some other topic that is actually a better starting point for building the muscle, for building a little bit of confidence than that particular issue? And then in the future, it will be more opportune to use that as a red line for a walkout or for whatever action. So not every workplace is like a super easy place to get started. I think one of the things, I think this meeting is great, connecting tech workers around different workplaces, different locations. I think generally we need a lot more of this, not just for tech workers, for working people generally who are strategizing about how to get organized at work. And if your workplace is not the most opportune, like we should do everything we can at work, but also link up, get involved in like Tech Workers Coalition. And if you're a socialist like me, consider joining Socialist Alternative as well. I think I wasn't there. Check out the Google form. There's a bit more information. You can sign up if you're curious and you want to get involved. I think I'll just leave it there. Thank you so much.
Great. With that brings us to the end of our kind of planned agenda. Thank you all again for coming out. Really appreciate folks taking the time, and hopefully we'll see you on the May Day protest line. Thank you, everyone.
All right, we're done. Well, it wasn't as fireworky as the first spy stream, but we still got some great fucking quotes. We got their names. I think what I'm gonna do, I've never done this before. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna clip literally that entire call and drop it onto the Decode the Left Twitter account. Just like upload the whole thing, be like, hey, here's an hour-long meeting, hour and 15-minute long meeting of tech professionals talking about how they're organizing against Trump and organizing against their own companies. Anyone want to watch this? I think that might be what I do. I don't even know. There are certainly clips we can make from it, and I think that we did get some good clips. But I think that, like, literally just like, boop, here you go. I think that might be what I do. I think that might be what I do. You guys think that sounds like a good plan? One in the chat if you think that sounds like a good plan. Two in the chat if you think that's a dumb idea. Just so people know what happened. Let's just see how many people will watch this if I don't fucking spoon feed it to them. They all claim to care about big tech and the influence of big tech. Well, you know what? Here's a bunch of literal self-professed socialist tech workers talking about how they're organizing against Trump and ICE. Go. You guys see that sounds like a good idea? Okay. That's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do. And we're just going to see what happens. Hey, listen, man, the people want all the raw footage. I don't mind giving out the raw footage once we get it recorded. Of course, I'm going to put a giant ass watermark over that shit. Because if I don't, people will steal my content from me. because they have no principles and no intellectual integrity. All right, guys, we just did 2 spy streams today. Let me know in the chat. One in the chat if you had actually, hang on. Don't do it yet. Let me add the chat to the screen so that everyone can see. One in the chat if you think the 2 spy streams we watched today were a really good use of your time and you're glad you came and it's totally worth the price of a channel membership. 2 in the chat if this was all a big waste of time. 1 in the chat if you think Spy Stream was awesome today and you learned a lot watching the 2 live leftist organizing calls that we infiltrated. And it's totally worth the price of a channel membership or a Substack support or anything like that. 2 in the chat if this was a big waste of your time and your money. Not a single 2. Not a single 2. Not a single 2. I have been asking this question on Spy Stream for at least a month. Is this worth the price of admission? Got to be a supporter to come to Spy Stream on almost all occasions. Is it worth the price of admission? 100% of the time, the people who come to Spy Stream vote that yes, it actually is worth the price of admission. And Chicalago's trying to get some extra credit. He's actually donating a channel membership to someone else so that they can come on the channel and watch Spy Stream with us as well. W's in the chat. Chicalago, what a fucking legend. What a hero. All right. Oh, shut the fuck up, Mizakan. Mizakan is joking. He's being a dick. All right. He has to be that guy. Whatever. Okay, guys, we are wrapping up for the day. Now, as a reminder, we are going to be doing movie night in my supporter Discord at 8 p.m. tonight. We are watching Poor Things. I will be posting out the link to the supporter Discord. So if you're not yet in it, you'll be able to find it on the post tab exactly in the same place as you found your Spy Stream stuff. And I will be posting that out within the next, 40 minutes or so, probably sooner than that, but I'll post it out. Excuse me. I will post it out before 8 p.m. tonight. 8 p.m. Eastern, we are watching movie night in the supporter Discord. We also do movie nights on Mondays at 9 p.m. I do hope you guys will be able to join us. Hang on. Sorry. That's my cue to go. Thank you guys for supporting my work. Thank you for coming to Spy Stream with me today. I appreciate it. We're going to have a conversation about going undercover at the May Day events tomorrow on the stream. So I'm just going to do that conversation live and in public this time. We're not even going to do it private. We're just going to do it public because I ran out of time to do this shit. So we're going to do it in public. Hope you guys got Friday off and you can go to a May Day protest. I know I have Friday off and I'm going to a May Day protest somewhere. I'm not going to say where I'm going, but I am going somewhere. Anyway, guys, I will see you in movie night or I will see you tomorrow. Take care, guys. We'll see you soon.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.